Take two. Everything is looking pretty good. I think I'm gonna get going here. Alright, where's I gonna start? Let's do. No, let's do this one. I think what I was saying before, I was gonna go by uh, their chronological order. So let's do that. Oh, I still have the music going and
all condemned Israeli military
already failing at my job. There we go.
action on occasion. But Reagan also started the practice of awarding Israel $3 billion in aid
Why is this a
every
minute
year.
in? I must have started watching this. I
Well,
don't think I've watched
Washington's
this.
unwavering
Yeah.
support for Israel has been criticized by many around the world, and that criticism has increased during the past few weeks of the war on Gaza. Rosalind Jordan looks at the history of the ties between the two countries, including how it hasn't always been as harmonious as many think.
Thank you for having me.
Joe Biden is the 14th U.S. president who has tried to resolve the Israel-Palestine conflict. On the first day of the war in Gaza, Biden offered complete support for Israel, no calls on it to show restraint.
We must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel.
Biden's support harkens back to that of President Harry Truman, who in 1948 recognized the state of Israel within 11 minutes of its declaration of independence. But some subsequent presidents took a more tough love approach. Dwight Eisenhower, Richard Nixon, and Ronald Reagan all condemned Israeli military action on occasion. But Reagan also started the practice of awarding Israel $3 billion in aid every year.
A strong, secure Israel is a shared interest.
The George H.W. Bush administration was the first to threaten to cut aid to Israel if it didn't stop illegally building settlements in the occupied West Bank.
Thank you for your statement.
The Obama administration took the
Wow. I wasn't even aware of that fact, that the last time that a president threatened to cut aid to Israel, it was George W. Bush. What? What? That is absolutely, I'm floored. I was not expecting to hear that information. I'm going to have to write that down somewhere in my brain.
usual step in 2016 of withholding a veto in the UN Security Council after Benjamin Netanyahu, now Prime Minister, ignored Washington's request to stop settlement expansion. The U.S.'s abstention cleared the way for the Security Council to demand Israel stop construction. Notably, the question of U.S. aid for Israel never came up at either of the Camp David summits, and it was never raised by either Presidents George W. Bush or Donald Trump. Trump's support gave Israel what it craved, the recognition of Jerusalem as capital of the Jewish state. Now, with the war in Gaza in its fifth month and the death toll rising, some in Congress say aid to Israel must be made conditional.
There should be no blank checks for any country. We cannot continue the pattern where Prime Minister Netanyahu says, "Thank you, Mr. President, for America's generous military assistance," and then thumbs his nose at America's legitimate requests.
There might be a subtle change in U.S. policy afoot. The U.S. has circulated a draft Security Council resolution on Gaza that includes words it has refused to use before now: a temporary ceasefire. But still no definitive plan to leverage billions of dollars in U.S. aid to convince Netanyahu to change the way he's conducting the war. The show of support yet to be matched by what Washington says is its alarm over the situation in Gaza. Rosalind Jordan, Al Jazeera, Washington.
We're going to bring in Marwan Bashara, Al Jazeera's senior political analyst, to discuss all of this. So Rosalind's report there saying that we should understand that the relations between the US and Israel have not always been as strong as one might anticipate. But to listen to what we were hearing in the International Court of Justice just a few hours ago, it is quite clear that the US is putting Israel's security as the priority for anything that happens in the future.
True, but it's also true that American-Israel relations after 1967 war and the occupation of Palestinian and Arab territory has generally been strong. Despite the ups and downs, it has maintained and remained and even became stronger with the time. But 1967 was an inflection year, if you will, in the relationship. In the 2 decades before 1967, Israel got in from the United States something like $1 billion+ in 20 years, $1 billion or so dollars. In the following 2 decades, after Israel occupied Palestinian and Arab land, it got $50 billion plus. So you can imagine the difference. Suddenly, Israel's occupation of Palestinian and Arab territories became an American investment. America started investing in Israel not when it was weak and, let's say, vulnerable, and let's say in a smaller territory without strategic depth, as it was between 1948 and 1967. After Israel won against the combined forces
It's truly a marriage of convenience.
of Arab militaries and occupied a territory 3 times its size, that's when America got on the action and doubled, quadrupled, and then it basically went from $1+ billion to $50 billion in American aid. And in the past 50, 60 years, if you take it in 2024 dollars, it's like $300 billion of American aid.
So what's America getting for its money?
Yep.
This is
I've
the
done
thing,
that
right?
math before. It honestly,
think
it checks out.
Israel and its occupation of Arab and Palestinian territory became a geopolitical asset for the United States. And at the time, from 1967 to 1977, America was telling the Arab world and Israel, the only way you can get your land back is if you stop allying yourself with the Soviet Union and start allying yourself with the United States. That was the primary condition, at least on Egypt in the beginning. It had to move from the Soviet camp to the American camp during the Cold War in order to recover the Sinai. And it was the same thing for the Syrians. It weren't as lucky. But also even for American assets like Jordan, it became even closer to the United States, and its relationship with the United States would help it recover and establish peace.
Look at those.
It was the same thing as with the PLO
God.
in 1988.
Oh my God. You know, I haven't been. It's like it's happened in slow motion, but don't get me wrong, like Gaza was never a perfect place, but right now, this is unbelievable. It looks like remember when all those people got stuck out in the desert? What was it last year at Burning Man? It looks like that happened to Los Angeles or something like that.
They would have to distance themselves from anything, denounce, as it were, terrorism, and align themselves with the United States if they had any chance to recover. So occupation of Palestine became an asset for the United States, that it would invest money in Israel in order to maintain it and reject any notion of surrendering it, except if the Arabs start accepting American diktats.
So I understand what you were saying about Israel being essentially a front line, for want of a better phrase, for U.S. interests in the Middle East, particularly against Arab states. But in the Trump administration, we had the Abraham Accords, where the UAE and Bahrain signed normalization agreements with Israel. The Biden administration has been pushing Saudi Arabia to do the same thing with Israel. So if that is beginning to coalesce to some degree, and these are significant powers within the Middle East, where does the U.S. see the benefit still in maintaining Israel as that front line?
When Biden first became president, in the so-called Biden doctrine, in his first major speech on foreign policy, he made very clear, America is back. America is not going to leave any vacuum for Iran, Russia, and China to fill in the Middle East. So it was a clear message to all America's nemesis around the world, the three main regional and international forces, that America was going to use its leverage and influence again under Biden in order to make sure that it will keep all three countries, all three powers, outside the geopolitical calculus of the Middle East. And hence...
Wow. You know, I am not a religious man. However, this... First off, it looks like the wrath of God. The destruction is so complete here. I mean, rebuilding this, and think about trying to do it wherever you are with access to, I don't know, and what anything you want, right? Right now, there's not even a thought of rebuilding for these people, but everything that they've ever known is crumbling in front of them. Okay, well, I guess I'll just keep powering. Oh, it's almost over. Well, we got more to go anyway, so can't give up now.
It started investing in the Abraham Accords and in new normalizations of relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel, as well as other countries, in order to build a new axis of the so-called Israel moderate Arab regimes against...
I did not get enough sleep last night. I tried to, I did not.
Or devoured of Russian, Chinese, and Iranian influence in order to serve American geopolitical interests in the region.
Marwan, we appreciate it as always. Marwan Bashara, thank you very much indeed.
I guess we could watch it. Who's stopping us? Probably HBO. No, we're gonna stay serious.
Fertility treatments have been put on hold at Alabama's main hospital after the U.S. state's top court ruled that frozen embryos were classified as children. Well, the hospital authorities say their concerned patients or doctors could face prosecution. The court ruled last week that any human life from the moment of conception was sacred. Here's our North America correspondent, David Willis.
Last week. Congratulations, Alabama.
Decision by...
And I don't understand how you can put the word sacred into law, but I guess, hey, They found a way.
The Alabama Supreme Court that embryos frozen in a test tube should have the legal rights of children has caused anger, confusion, and the full ramifications of the decision are still being worked out. But already the largest hospital in Alabama, the University of Alabama Hospital in Birmingham, has announced that it is pausing IVF treatment whilst it works out the full extent of this ruling. The hospital said in a statement that there was concern on the part of both patients and doctors that this could lead to prosecutions or to individuals being sued for damages. Now, the Alabama Supreme Court's decision, in effect, opens a new front in the war in this country over reproductive rights. Abortion rights campaigners saw this coming. They predicted that this would be the new battleground after, in 2022, the United States Supreme Court overturned the landmark ruling Roe versus Wade, which afforded everybody, woman in this country, the right to an abortion. So now there have been calls for pro-life campaigners in some other conservative states to push for similar protections to those that have been introduced into Alabama in the last few days. Now, critics...
Oh, my God. How many minutes in are we on this? 2 minutes? How? How are we letting any of this happen? I mean, I don't live in Alabama, so I definitely struggle to be helpful in that regard. My God. The precedent that this sets for other, like, red states that are considering doing this sort of, you know, reactionary, theocratic nonsense is a poison seed.
Contend that that could create regional barriers to the availability of fertility treatment in parts of this country. As far as the state of Alabama is concerned, well, this could raise the price of medical malpractice insurance in Alabama, thereby pushing up the cost of fertility treatment and making it less affordable, and it could prompt some clinics, it said, to close their doors. America's National Infertility Association has said that the court's ruling could spell the end of IVF provision in that state. One big and unanswered question is whether this whole issue will galvanize voters going into this year's presidential election in the same way that the debate over abortion rights did during the midterm elections of 2022, to the detriment, of course, of the Republicans. We will have to wait and see.
David Willis there. Well,
I mean, is that the actual question? And I mean, the way, and maybe I was missing things, so I was getting a couple of messages over here. I felt I was listening pretty closely, and it seemed like the main focus that they were framing it in was of IVF, when I think it's pretty clear to anybody with a critical brain on their shoulders that this has huge implications for abortion, right? Like, if you declare embryos humans and sacred and whatever else those words were that they decided to use, like, legally, and granted, hopefully it's struck down in an appeal or something like that. Some organization will no doubt attempt to do that, and I hope they're successful. But considering Alabama's record and their current streak, I'm not dramatically enthused for the future of that state in this regard. And you know, I'm racking my brain right now on what it is that we should do about it, aside from go out and protest. Right? This is it's a real problem.
Let's get more on this with CBS correspondent Jared Hill, who's in New York. So what's been the reaction to this, Jared?
Well, so it depends on what side of the aisle, what side of this argument you sit on, Kylie. So there are obviously people who are seeking IVF treatment right now in the state of Alabama who are saying they don't know what happens next. They don't know whether they will be able to continue with their IVF treatment, with their fertility treatments in their home state, or if they're going to have to try and drum up the money, potentially thousands of dollars on top of this already expensive process, and do this somewhere else. On the other side, there are some anti-abortion rights advocates who are saying that they hope that this changes the way that IVF treatment is done and considered in the United States, especially seeing as how the destruction of embryos is something that can routinely happen depending on the discretion and the desires of the family, whether those embryos would.
Listen to the way the BBC is framing this right now. What in the hell are they doing? It is disgusting. It's pretty clear exactly exactly what they're going to do, right? And even even saying something is I'm not even going to comment. I think I'm just so upset about this that it's very hard for me to think clearly about this right now, right? Because think about the downstream effects of all of this, okay? It really, it's detrimental. I mean, this guy talking about embryos like they're babies as if it's some sort of given thing just because a court in Alabama said it is absolutely ridiculous. And BBC should be ashamed for that, okay? But, like, the fact that they're not even discussing what this is going to mean for abortion rights in the state of Alabama and for the other red states around it that are going to attempt to do the same thing in pursuit of the same ends.
Considered viable, all of these questions coming into this argument. And so there are some advocates for tightening abortion rights saying that they hope that this changes the industry.
And this must be a concern for those people who are trying to go through IVF at the moment.
Oh, definitely. There have been a number of families who've been speaking about this, saying that essentially their hopes for having children are now indefinitely on hold, and so they don't know exactly what to do, how long they can wait out for, because the hospital system is saying
that's
that
fine.
It doesn't
Don't discuss
know
the
how
subtext
long,
of it. No big deal.
It's going to be during this pause on IVF treatment.
Okay, Jared.
BBC watching and smiling as America slips ever faster into a fascist theocracy. Oh, the excitement. Palpable. Let's talk about something very, very serious, okay? And this is a video I haven't watched yet, and I'm going to be finding out with you all what this means for us, and hopefully the ramifications of it aren't too dire.
Now, a dog previously crowned the world's oldest is now just a regular dog after the Guinness World Records revoked its title. Officials declared there was no proof the Portuguese Mastiff was as old as its owners had claimed. How did they know? Our very own Wagatha Christie, there you say. I knew I was going to get that joke in. I was desperate to get that joke in. Courtney Bembridge is here with us. And Courtney, tell me a little bit more about the story.
So yes, this is Bobby, and he became famous last year when he was crowned the world's oldest dog. And we can bring pictures up to show you Bobby at the time.
Can we see pictures of the dog?
So Bobby had a fantastic birthday party when he turned 31. You can see him there.
Off as well, please. Thank you.
So Bobby there had a big birthday party. He turned 31, and he was crowned by the Guinness Book of World Records the oldest dog. And his owners said that it was down to his lifestyle, that he had a very outdoorsy, living in a rural village in Portugal, and he ate only human food. And I want to play you a little of what his owner said at the time he was crowned.
It's a feeling of pride.
Whoopsies.
That we can't explain. In the family, we knew that many people told us we wouldn't make it, that Guinness would ask for money, that it was only for people Guinness knew. But we knew Bobby's age, and we were sure that the examinations would only prove what we already knew. And that was the case.
How do they prove it?
Well, pictures emerged showing him in 1999, and if you have a look at them, his paws there are white. And we're going to now swap to the most recent picture of him. Brown paws. That was part of his undoing, but also there was this information from vets that 31 is implausible. It would have been like humans being 200 years old.
God, no, we got to go out there and do something about this. Just kidding, chat. I just figured we would lighten it up for 2 minutes. And also, you know, maybe take a moment to make fun of CNN for, or it's not CNN. Well, they might as well be the same, but BBC for taking their jobs as journalists so seriously. Okay. Honestly, I slept in today, so a lot of the stuff we're watching together for the first time.
South Korea's
However, I will give you some context for this. This is a video on protest by South Korean doctors. Let's see what this one's about.
Confrontation between doctors and the government over the decision to increase admissions of medical students is plunging the country's healthcare into crisis and leaving patients scrambling for treatment. South Korea's health ministry says that more than 8,000 resident doctors in training have so far walked off the job. Operations at hospitals around the country are being disrupted. Here at Severance Hospital, one of the 5 largest medical centers in Seoul, surgeries have been reduced by 50%. Doctors rallied in front of the presidential office Thursday evening. They argue the drastic increase in medical students and later doctors will not solve or reduce shortages of physicians in rural areas and critical health care, such as pediatrics and emergency surgery, and that medical schools lack capacity.
I'm extremely grateful that our president has shown great interest in medical reform. However, increasing the enrollment by 2,000 medical students would undermine medical education.
Doctors here generally earn more in private clinics performing elective procedures such as plastic surgery than in essential care at hospitals.
Sorry, I gotta hear that again.
2,000 medical students would undermine medical education.
Doctors here generally earn more in private clinics performing elective procedures such as plastic surgery than in essential care at hospitals. Critics of the doctors point out their average salary is among the highest in the OECD, while the number of doctors per capita among the fewest.
Within that, doctors are speaking out against the Yoon Suk-yeol's government in order to maintain their vested interests and that they should continue negotiating with the government to get what they want. Doctors who abandon their patients are wrong.
Despite
They skipped over the word cartel in their read-over of that.
government warnings, the Korea Medical Association announced it will take a strike vote on March 3rd. Frank Smith, TRT World, Seoul.
Interesting. I thought we were going to find some people to have solidarity with. However, I can't in good conscience say that you should be in solidarity with these doctors. We're going to have to look further into that one. But back to more doctors. However, these doctors are in Palestine. Well, actually, sorry, this is actually a video on Doctors Without Borders on the Palestine crisis. I may have mischaracterized that slightly.
Hi, so my name is Chris Lockyer. I'm the Secretary General for Médecins Sans Frontières.
And my name is Rémi Carrier. I was the emergency coordinator in Gaza for the past 5 weeks, and I just came back from Gaza over the weekend.
Hi, my name is Ibtisam Azim, Al Arab Al Jadid newspaper. I have 2 questions. First, since you came back from Gaza, if you could elaborate on what you saw and what's, I mean, we saw the news, but if you could elaborate more. And the second question, in your remarks to the Security Council, you talked about the fears that your colleagues on the ground are having because of your statement today, that there will be maybe also repercussions or whatever steps against them more than you already facing and the bombing. Could you elaborate on that? Thank you.
Sure. Our staff are living in fear on a daily basis, and what I talked about in terms of the incident that happened 2 days ago is an acute and contemporary example of that. We've had multiple incidents, as I said, in terms of we've had two incidents now where our staff shelters have been hit. We've had our convoys attacked. We've had bombs into our hospitals, and so I think it's only natural that the people who are staying behind, working every day for our patients, are seeing this fear. They're seeing this pattern, and they're terrified on a daily basis.
The situation in Gaza overall is deteriorating weeks after weeks. I think aid is not entering at the level it should. People have really little chance to see their situation improving, and they are scared. Today there is no safe place in Gaza. There is a big part of the country that is not accessible. People now start to move from Rafah to go into middle area, and we see more and more people going into places that are not safe areas neither, and where it's very difficult for aid to be able to support them. Everything is so fragile from food perspective, and getting truck in the north is becoming very difficult, and WFP decided to pause these actions. On the medical side, you don't have hospitals anymore. You don't have maternity anymore. You don't have primary health care anymore. The number of hospitals that are remaining cannot cater for the needs of the victims or the people that are sick. Cancer people, you don't hear about them anymore. Where are they? If you are a pregnant woman and you have to go through a cesarean section, today, 4 hours after, you have to go back home. There are no beds. Having treatment like diabetes is nearly impossible. They have to reduce the number of hours to treat a diabetes patient because there are not enough treatment available. Supply chain is, of course, a big problem. How can we get these 2,000 trucks that are at the border to come in with the essential goods for this population? How can we scale up these activities?
Okay, this is man, the description of women giving birth, having to go through a cesarean section in the middle of a battleground. And I just wonder what the reactions of people who are outraged over embryos would be to hearing something like that. Because in my experience up to this point, those are the people who are cheerleading the IDF right now.
So this is the only hope for the people, is a ceasefire would allow them to rest, to sleep, and to get proper treatment. Yeah.
Could you just tell us how long you were in Gaza?
I've stayed 5 weeks there.
And it was just in the south, or were you able to go everywhere?
So no, going everywhere is not possible. So we were located with our projects mainly in Rafah, but we were supporting the hospital, Al-Aqsa Hospital, which is in Dar el-Bala.
Hi, Colin Lynch from Devitt. Can you give us some sense of, there's been a lot of discussion about suspension of funding from UNRWA. For UNRWA, I mean, they handle the primary care, not the tertiary care, but you have any sense whether that's having any immediate impact on the situation on the ground? And also, there's been a push by Israel and the U.S. to supplant a lot of the functions that UNRWA carries out by other UN agencies, WFP, WHO. Is that an issue that you guys, I know it's more of a long-term issue, but has that become a problem?
On daily basis, I don't think that a lot of humanitarian organizations could function without the services by UNRWA. Simply, you need fuel, it's UNRWA organizing that. You need storage, they help you with the storage. So a lot of the services that everybody is receiving is because UNRWA is functional today. I don't know in this present situation who could be able to hand it over and to make it work as they are. Thank you to you.
This is UNRWA's only job. Okay, just for context here, so that we can all be on the same page. This is UNRWA's website. Oh, sorry. I'll give you a look at what I'm looking at. This is UNRWA's website, and I'll just read it out for you. The United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees, also known as UNRWA, is funded almost entirely by voluntary contributions from UN member states. Following the 1948 war, UNRWA was established by United Nations General Assembly, Resolution 302, Section 4 of the 8th of December 1949, to carry out direct relief and works programs for Palestine refugees. So it's their only job. They were created nearly 80 years ago to do one thing: protect and care for Palestinian refugees created by Israel. The creation of Israel by way of force, right? And the Nakba. Anyway, just wanted to make sure we were on the same page with what UNRWA's only job is, and the fact that they are deciding, hey, we really can't do anything until we stop getting bombed ourselves. We're going to stick with UNRWA.
Good afternoon, bonjour. She's leading the independent review. How are you? She'll be giving a brief remark and then we're going to take one or two questions. Thank you, Sharon. Good afternoon, everyone. And I must tell you, I'm delighted to be here in my new capacity of chair of the UNRWA Independent Review Group. And thank you for your interest in this. As you know, the UNRWA Independent Review intends to assess whether UNRWA is doing everything in its power to ensure neutrality and to respond to allegations of serious breaches when they are made. I had the opportunity to meet with the Secretary General just a short while ago to discuss the group's term of reference and see how the group can best deliver on its objective within the very short time frame of this mission.
It's so frustrating me that representatives of the UN relief agency have to frame it in this way for all the people who aren't willing to give Israel and the IDF the same scrutiny as they want to give Palestinians and UNRWA and Lebanese people, basically anybody Arab involved in and or helping the Arabs in this situation. And it's very the hypocrisy, I guess that's a word. It just doesn't feel good enough for this situation.
2 months. You might have seen that. We already had some conversations with Mr. Guterres earlier, of course, earlier than today, but it was important and useful to meet with him today and talk extensively with him. As you know, the Secretary General announced this independent review group on the 5th of February, and the group includes 3 research organizations: the Raoul Wallenberg Institute of Sweden, the Christian Michelsen Institute in Norway, and the Danish Human Rights Institute for Denmark. We officially started our mission about a week ago on the 13th of February, so 1 day ahead of time, which is always good, by meeting at the United Nations in Geneva. And I had then a working session with the 3 teams of these 3 institutes Monday in Copenhagen. And some researchers of the institutes are already deployed in the region. They are currently in Amman. We're expected to submit an interim report to the Secretary General by the end of March, or before the end of March, because it is March 20th. And a final report must be completed by the 20th of April this year. So it is a very short time frame. We do our best to reach the objective that we've been assigned. And the final report will be made public. I'd like to make very clear, even if you might have questions for that, I want to preempt the questions. The role of the review group is not to investigate on the allegations of the potential involvement of some UNRWA personnel in the October 7th attacks. This is done in parallel within the UN by the OIOS, so it is separate. What the independent review group will do is investigate, I repeat, how UNRWA works with neutrality, as it must. We will specifically clarify the mechanisms, the process in place, the structures, and see if they ensure neutrality as they should, to the best of the power within UNRWA. And we also will look at how they've been implemented, of course, in practice. Not only they're fit for purpose, but how they are implemented.
And I'm just noticing, and it's got nothing to do with what she's saying, but it seems to me all of the UN representatives speaking are French, and I'm trying to understand why. And I'm literally looking it up as I'm listening to her. Sorry to interrupt. Keep listening, chat.
And we will also make, if necessary, recommendations as per the terms of reference. And my intention, I can tell you that my intention is indeed to make some recommendations. So I know there are a lot of expectations in this review. My goal is to deliver a report that is rigorous, evidence-based, and that would help UNRWA deliver on its mandate. And taking into account, in particular, the very difficult and quite unique situation it works currently and in a general context. As we know, for the past decades, it has been a very difficult task that has been assigned by the General Assembly to UNRWA. The context is even more difficult, but we do our best so we can help UNRWA deliver on this mandate given by the General Assembly. So that's it for me. I can take a couple of questions, then I have to rush to a series of meetings, including quite soon.
Okay, let's start.
Up to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Colonna. Edith Lederer from the Associated Press.
Good to see you again, ma'am.
Nice to see you. 2 questions. First, can you tell us if you've spoken to the Israelis and have they promised to cooperate with your investigation? And secondly, what was the message that you received today from the Secretary General?
Thank you for those 2 questions. Of course, it would be useful. It is, in my view, absolutely necessary to meet with Israeli officials, as well as with the Palestinian authorities, and with as many as I can, member states, donors especially. So a request has been issued to meet with Israeli officials. I don't have an answer back, but we just started a week ago, and I think I sent my letter, or the note verbal, the day before yesterday regarding Israel and the PA. I will use the opportunity of my presence in New York today and tomorrow, leaving Saturday, to meet some foreign ministers that will come to New York for a different reason, the Ukraine meeting of the Security Council. But I will liaise with as many member states as I can. Second, the message delivered to me today by the Secretary General is actually the message that he delivered to me, not today, but when he proposed me to take over this very sensitive and hopefully useful mission, that is to find the ways and means to see if UNRWA works within its power, and in that context.
The difference in tone between the UNRWA representatives and the IDF and Israel representatives is it's night and day. The dichotomy is undeniable. I mean, you listen to the this UN representative, and she's apologizing for supposedly just a handful of people, while the IDF commits war crime after war crime, and Israel continues to defend every single thing they do. I haven't heard a single apology for anything that's happened yet. If you have, send me a link.
That we all know does everything it can to ensure neutrality, which is one of the basic principles of the agencies, and a principle that's difficult to respect in the circumstances, but must be respected. So I see absolutely no other desire from the Secretary General but to go and ensure as much as we can, as much neutrality that could be reached within the context of today.
James Bays from Al Jazeera. In terms of cooperation with the Israelis, you say you requested it, and yet the United Nations acted on Israeli allegations, and yet the UN says it's never seen the evidence that those allegations are based on. So should the Israelis not only be cooperating with you, but with the United Nations and the OIOS, and doesn't set a very good precedent for your inquiry that they're not actually providing the evidence to the United Nations? And even the US intelligence communities reported today that they cannot verify and haven't been given all the evidence. Is it not time for Israel to show all the relevant parties what they have, so that the UN and the international community can get to the bottom of this?
If I may not correct you, but be precise in my sayings, I did not ask Israel for its cooperation. I'm positive, and I have no reason to believe that there would not be such cooperation. I asked Israel, I put forward a request for a meeting with the Israeli government. So let's assume that the cooperation will be there anyway, but my request is on a meeting, not on the cooperation. I'm not the best placed person to answer your question, because again, these allegations are not taken in charge by the review group. They are of the responsibility of OIOS, and so you should address your question to this section of the United Nations. I'm sure that they do hope to receive information, if not evidence, but this is their task. It is not, it's a separate issue.
Don't take press questions, sadly.
I'm sorry, but I'm not the OIOS. I have enough to do. Maybe one last question, because these French ladies have a privilege. I'm not representing France here. I was happy to do it in the past.
Okay. All right. I think we've seen enough of this press conference. Okay, they don't have to answer for anything. Oh God. Let's watch something less sad or slightly more upbeat.
You did a sketch recently, and it got you in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, you said we stand with the Jewish, Muslim, Christian, and all other communities.
That was your caption?
I wrote a long ass thing. I was like,
I sent it to hella people. Proof is.
Oh, that's good. That's funny.
My parents wanted to name me David.
Really?
And then I had like an uncle who was like, "No, don't do that. He has to be in touch with his culture." Da da da. They're like, "Just call him David." But his name's right on the birth certificate, Daoud.
It was just easier for like teachers and
exactly for life
bullies.
And then for sure. But it was still confusing because I looked the way I looked and like that ain't a David.
Yeah.
So I got a lot of that. But then I wasn't getting into Sketchfest or any festivals, and all my peers were. And I was like, I'm gonna go buy a more ethnic name, and then I got into like every festival the next year.
Crazy how the ethnicity didn't work too well the first 15 years of life.
Exactly. It was hated for it, and then it was like the cool thing. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, right. Like after puberty, like when girls started to be interested, it was like, okay, actually, there is some use for this.
Exactly. Yeah.
Affirmative action.
Yeah.
Oh, affirmative action. Yeah.
Come on.
Your family's from Afghanistan.
My family's originally from Afghanistan.
Both parents?
Both parents. Full-blooded Afghan. Not cousins.
Nice. You got to check. You got to.
Yeah.
When did they come to the States?
79, I believe.
That was a big year.
Yeah, the Cold War. Russia invaded Afghanistan. My family's like one of the first ones out. My dad was like, I got a bad feeling about what's going to happen here. So they just dipped immediately.
Well, good call on his part.
He's used that decision because he was spot on. I mean, everybody's like,
I haven't,
saved all our lives.
I haven't seen this yet, and I don't know when they get to the topic that the video is, which is being canceled.
You guys trust my instincts.
Sorry, I didn't.
It's terrible stuff.
I didn't lead in very well to this video. Sorry, chat. This is a video between Sammy Obeid and actually I don't know the name of this individual you're seeing right now in front of you, but it's about being canceled over an Israel-Palestine sketch. I wonder if there's a video of the sketch itself.
Yeah, I've made a decent amount of sketches. That's what helped me in the beginning. Like during COVID, I was pumping them out because you couldn't do stand-up, so I was just shooting sketches nonstop. And luckily, a whole bunch of them went viral. So I love doing the sketches. It's hard to do. I'm not a very hard worker, so it's hard to it's hard to be like.
I want validation, but don't want to work for it.
No, that's perfect. If I could just get someone just telling me they love me without me having to put any effort in, that's the greatest.
I've seen a lot of your sketches. They're great. You and Chai have done sketches.
Yeah, regrettably.
Before.
Yeah, we've
I
done
liked
a few.
your tip sketch, the one where you we're deciding.
That went
was that your
viral.
idea?
That was his. That was his sketch.
I could see that. Can you just do it for me real quick? You know.
Up.
Yeah, it is up. So
I've heard people be like, "Tell me a joke." You were like, "Do a sketch." That's wild.
Yeah. Daoud was like,
Yeah, that's like that's a lot of pressure.
And I'm like, bro, we're so privileged, blessed, and well off. Let's stay that way. Tip him 5%.
There you go.
Yeah.
So good.
Wow.
Yeah.
You did a sketch recently, and it got you in a little bit of trouble.
I thought of a sketch during what was happening and filmed it. Sat on it for like 2.5, 3 weeks. So I was like, I don't know if I should even post this ever.
Yeah.
I was like, I shot this. Like, I don't know if it's worth it. I might get in trouble. I don't know if it's even the right message. It might offend Palestinian people. It might offend. Like, I was just like, I sent it to hella people. I sent it, and then I got like a whole bunch of people. I sent it to
you
like
got feedback from comedians.
Comedians, mostly Jewish and Palestinian comedians, or like Middle Eastern people.
Right. And they all hated it.
And they all were like, never post it. And I was like, I have to. No, everybody. I was so surprised on how like everybody I sent it to was like, you have to post this. Wow. This is like important.
Wow,
I was like,
wow.
I don't know if it's important.
Wait a second. All right, if that's the case, let's see if we can find it on the internet. Very well, maybe that it doesn't exist. They said he was canceled over it. I don't know what that means. They're not being very specific about that, but. I just searched the term Israeli Realty Group, and I found videos that weren't sketches that we are almost definitely gonna talk about, because I don't remember hearing about this. Maybe somebody talked about it when I was not in their stream somehow, but I missed this completely. It's very short. Okay, I'm gonna throw that into my watch list. Go back to looking for this sketch. Really, Palestine. It doesn't seem to. I can't at least. Hopefully they play it, because I can't find it.
Wow. I was like, okay, all right. And I got a big head. I was like, I'm making a change.
Kid from Newark out here.
Then I was like, all right, I'm on the right side of things. I think this is good. And I waited like another week. And then I posted it. I just threw it out there. And then it got mixed reviews.
On TikTok, you put it on TikTok, or you put it on everything?
I put it on TikTok. Did okay on TikTok. Went more viral on Instagram, but not even like compared to my other stuff. It still hasn't reached 1 million. A lot of people loved it, but then there's a lot of people who I saw wouldn't hit the like button or leave a comment, who would message me and be like, "That was awesome." And I'm like,
"Oh wow!"
All right, I see it.
I gotta go back 10 seconds and hear what he just said.
I'm glad you like it, but compared to my other stuff, it still hasn't reached 1 million.
Maybe 20
A lot of
seconds.
people. When I posted it, I just threw it out there, and then it got mixed reviews.
On TikTok, you put it on TikTok, or you put it on everything?
I put it on TikTok. Did okay on TikTok. Went more viral on Instagram, but not even like compared to my other stuff. It still hasn't reached 1 million. A lot of people loved it, but then there's a lot of people who I saw wouldn't hit the like button or leave a comment, who would message me and be like, "That was awesome." And I'm like,
"Oh wow!"
All right, I see it. I see what you're doing.
Wow.
I'm glad you like it, but you could have hit that like button.
That would be nice.
A lot of people. I would get a text message. This is so great. This is so brave. I'm like, thank you. I'm like, you didn't like it. Like,
yeah.
So a lot of people were like afraid, and it was literally during the time where like Susan Sarandon, she just lost work.
And Mia Khalifa, you didn't want to ride the Mia Khalifa train.
Khalifa and what's her name, Melissa Barrera. Like a whole bunch of people were just losing work for being pro-Palestine. And the sketch was about like an Israeli real estate thing. I thought it was so funny. It just made sense. And try
is real estate.
Yeah. There's some.
Love the pun there. That's
yeah.
Jay, can we roll it? Can we watch it?
Hello, I'm Dave with Israel Realty Group, formerly known as Palestinian Realty Group. And boy, do I have a deal for you. Here at Israel Realty Group, we believe in making these illegal settlements your dream home. This whole area used to be schools and hospitals, but we bombed it just so you can live here. This is all yours now if you want it for $0 down. What? $0 down? You heard me. $0 down forever. Literally, you don't have to put a cent down and you can have it as long as you're a Zionist. And let me tell you about the amenities. All these locations come with electricity and water. As long as you're not Palestinian, they don't get any of it. $0.
Terrible, but true.
You're probably asking, why am I so lucky? Why do the Zionists get all this? I'll tell you why. 4 billion in American tax dollars get sent to us, so we get to use it. It's for you. Take advantage of it. We understand at Israel Realty Group, sometimes you don't want just land or property.
It's hard to laugh at something that's
we have
painfully true.
Wa alaikum assalam, Muhammad. This beautiful single one-bedroom apartment can be yours, currently uninhabited. I got one of those alerts about 3 minutes before this place is bombed. So never mind, take back what I just said. Please reach out to Israeli Realtor Group for your future illegal settlements.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
It's now, because I posted.
Wait a second. He put this disclaimer up. We're going to read this disclaimer. We understand the sensitive situation in Palestine and are not in any way intending to undermine it. Unfortunately, most people still have no idea what's going on over there. We are trying to use satire to educate and inform the common man on the situation and the often ignored plight of the Palestinians. We stand with the Jewish, Muslim, Christian, and all other communities who are opposed to an apartheid state. We pray for a ceasefire and that the violence will come to an end. Link in my bio to help send aid to Gaza.
Yeah. See,
it's now because I post content on this subject matter, and now I know what people say when like I don't know if I should laugh or cry.
It's a lot of that. Yeah. It's a lot of laughing and crying and cry laughing.
First of all, you look great in a suit.
Thank you. Hated it. Hate wearing suits.
So, secondly, where did you film that?
Oh, we had to jump a fence into like some construction yard. They were just doing construction, and
you literally hopped a fence.
We hopped the fence.
You were illegally settling.
We literally were illegally settling to make that. Yeah. No, it was great. Yeah, my suit got all dirty and I was rolling around in the dirt. Yeah, and then I wrote like a whole long message because I was so afraid of offending so many people. Just both sides, I was afraid of offending, but then one side took it really well on the other side.
You said we stand with the Jewish, Muslim, Christian, and all other communities.
That was your caption?
I wrote a long ass thing. I was like, I sent it to hella people, proofreaders. I need this iron tight. I can't get in trouble.
Right. You're like, this is about no specific situation.
Pretty good. I'll be honest, it was very thorough.
Yeah. And like I said, I sent it to a lot of Jewish comedians, and I was like, how insensitive is this? And most of them like, this is good, dude. Just let it rip.
Yeah, they were all anti-Zionists.
yeah. Well, it's for a certain demographic. So
has this affected your relationship with any like Jewish comedians or like just Jewish people in your lives in general?
I got a whole bunch of DMs from like Jewish comedians who I'm not very close with, but like saying stuff about like I'm supporting like murder and all this like violence and stuff. I didn't respond to any of that stuff. It's just
because they're wrong.
It's if you're not gonna take anything I say in good, like I think anytime we do comedy and this stuff, you take a little bit of what I say in good faith.
It's just a joke.
Literally, it's just a joke.
Relax and laugh, folks.
Yeah,
it's just a joke.
It's just a joke. So I started losing gigs because of it.
Yeah.
One, I was like, I know for a fact they didn't want to work with me because of my sketches or my Palestinian takes.
How do you know that?
I had we were working out a weekend with Dallas Comedy Club. I'll call them out because I've already did. And they pulled the contract and before I got to sign it or anything. And they were like, yeah, we don't want to work with him anymore.
Because he's a real estate agent. We thought he was a comedian.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, his rates are terrible. But yeah, they pulled the contract and we went through like a rabbit hole of all of his stuff, and we don't really like what he's been saying about what's going on over in Israel. So we're gonna pull the contract. But they talked to my manager. They didn't put any of this in writing. They sent it like a vague email. I was like, he didn't sign the contract. We're just gonna pull it. And my manager's like, what? He's like, I'm about to send it to him. Like, what changed your mind?
Yeah.
And they're like, if you want to talk about it, give us a call. He gave him a call, and that's what they said over the phone.
Wow.
I see.
I was like, first of all right, it is what it is. But also, are you sure this is what happened?
Yeah.
This is because of that. It's not like some other weird thing going on.
Yeah.
They're like, no, dude. They told me over the phone specifically this reason. And then I was gonna let it go again because I don't want to be known as like a drama starter. I don't want to be like, perceived as hard to work with or any of that stuff.
Right.
But I told some buddies, and they told some comedians that like, oh,
it's a tough situation to be in, to be trying to make a living as a comedian and having that happen to you just because you happen to be speaking about something like that. I mean, is it divisive? Yeah. I mean, but a lot of comedy is divisive, and they still and so it's just it's frustrating to watch certain voices get suppressed.
Are like huge. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the name, but
Jerry Seinfeld.
Yes, Jerry Seinfeld. No, some like really big guys, and one of them called me and was like, hey, this is you know what, this is like, I don't know anything about what's going on over there. I'm like, it's just some white comedian. He's like, I don't know anything about who's right or who's wrong or any of that but I know you should be allowed to talk about this. You're Palestinian. You should talk about it as much as you want. I don't want to correct him.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's all the same. Yeah.
I was like, oh, whatever, dude. Yeah. And he made it sound like he was going to reshare everything and like really be had my back. He's like, call them out, them, burn the ground. If they give you trouble, we got your back.
Dude, Kevin Hart said all of that.
Yeah, dude,
amazing.
Kevin Hart's an animal, bro.
Yeah.
And he was like, they gave me a D. He's like, when you make the call out video, make it look like a hostage video. And I was like, I was like, that's okay. I don't know if I can do all that. So then I called them out because I was kind of told
Pretty sure that was a joke.
And because if they did it to me, you know, who else are they doing it to? That was like the selling point. They're like,
no one.
Yeah, I'm the only one, which is crazy because I've had like other brown comics work that club since, and
Sure,
they've hit me up as like, and I'm like, do what you have to do to get your money. I'm not offended. And they're like, I talked to them. They said it was a contract dispute, and I'm like, that's what they're gonna say.
Okay.
You know, I'm like, if you say so, I whatever.
Yeah, they're gonna call it a military operation, not a genocide, right?
So yeah, I called them out, and I didn't know what I was trying to get out of it. I wasn't trying to like burn the place down or.
Good.
Yeah.
Hey, that is
I'm
good.
putting that out
That
there.
is
Right?
good.
And the thing is, I've heard nothing but good things about that club. I've heard they're so nice and everything, but I don't know, they canceled my gig for a few jokes. It's just the comedy club shouldn't, like, that's the one place we're supposed to be. And the thing is, they never reached out after all that. I made a video calling them out and everything.
Oh, really?
And they never hit me with a DM like, hey, this is like not what happened, or like, hey, we're sorry, or hey, can you take the nothing? Just they blocked me on everything.
Oh, they blocked you.
They just blocked me.
Okay.
And then they're
Well,
like,
then
move on.
clearly, yeah.
Wow.
So
Yeah, that's a
what
pretty.
it is. And then I read a lot of the reviews and people
big
were
sign,
tearing them
I would
apart.
say.
But then Yelp, I think, stopped it because like
Really?
Yelp and Google, I think they have to you have to check in to get like.
You couldn't create that many accounts, or.
Yeah, I had me and my boys. I had one of those bot farms or whatever. Yeah, me and the Russians finally came together.
Yeah, good.
Where are all the anti-cancel culture people in this instance? I don't understand. Why aren't they up in arms? This is outrage. Somebody's being actively canceled, and you need to do something about it. And there seems to be a real lack of what's the word? Even-handedness. That's not what I was looking for, but it's the closest synonym I can think of right now. All right, we're gonna switch back to something more news related, not culture related. Let's see here. We already watched this. Oh, this one is a minute and 17 seconds. And I'm gonna have to read it out loud. Okay. Wait, I gotta back up. Back it up, pal. Pakistan's media regulators block X, formerly Twitter. Karachi, Pakistan. Okay. Yes, Pakistan's media regulators have blocked the social media platform X, formerly Twitter, with users experiencing partial and complete shutdown. There was no comment on the outage by the Pakistan Telecommunication Authority. The outage was first observed over the weekend when the political party of imprisoned former Prime Minister Imran Khan announced protests.
जैसे ट्विटर बंद किया हुआ है तो कभी फेसबुक बंद हो जाता है जैसे इलेक्शन वाले दिन हमारे यहाँ मुल्क
As
में हुआ
Twitter is
तो ये
suspended.
चीज़ नहीं होनी
Sorry,
चाहिए
I missed that. As Twitter is suspended, sometimes Facebook is not working, like it happened in our country on election day. This should not happen because everyone has the right to freedom of expression, and it should be as our laws allow us. Our religion also allows us, so this should not happen. Right, well, sure, I don't know about the religious comment there. But I think this, while it's such a short video, it speaks to something very serious, because not only has X already done stuff like this in terms of Ukraine with I don't want to call it Skynet, whatever the name of that stupid satellite network that they run, and them turning it off in the middle of Ukrainian military operation. This sort of thing keeps happening over and over again with them. It's run by Elon Musk and the rest of these billionaires who run these companies, like Mark Zuckerberg, Peter Thiel, whoever else. They're no less problematic, and any day they could do very similar things. And we have to start asking questions about the leadership of these companies beyond capitalism, beyond trying to stop billionaires from existing. The necessity of making sure that people can get access to information so they can distribute information to one another without concern of being suppressed or being put in the dark during difficult and very important times. For instance, with Pakistan and the election that just happened, during an election, having those sorts of cables of communication open and working are crucial to a functioning democracy, which Pakistan has been struggling with for a while now. All right, we're gonna go back to the UN. I forgot I had more UN and Gaza videos. I'm full of Gaza videos today, people. I'm sorry, but it is just where we're at.
All right, good afternoon. Our Deputy Secretary General is on her second day of her visit to Brazil, where she is attending the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting to represent the Secretary General. The meeting was focused on reforms of global governance. The Deputy Secretary General stressed the need for deep reforms to international institutions, including the Security Council and international financial architecture, to respond to the realities of today's world. She encouraged G20 leaders to seize the opportunities offered by the Summit of the Future, which takes place, as you know, in September, to advance meaningful reforms. In the afternoon, Ms. Mohammed will be attending a high-level meeting entitled Rising to the Challenges of Haiti. She will be attending that meeting alongside Anthony Blinken, the Secretary of State of the United States, Ambassador Gisela Maria Figueroa Padovan, Secretary for Latin America and the Caribbean at Brazil's Foreign Ministry, and Jean-Victor Geneus, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Haiti. They will join forces to bolster support to finally address the vicious circle of insecurity, political instability, and poverty in Haiti, and generate support for the multinational security mission in Haiti as authorized by the Security Council. And as we've been saying, since that Security Council resolution, there is an urgent need to provide security and other support to Haiti to help the country deal with pressing and worsening crisis of violence and instability. It is also important to have predictable and sufficient financial contributions for the multinational security force. Also today, the Deputy Secretary General will be holding a series of bilateral meetings with senior government officials, including Mauro Vieira, the Foreign Minister of Brazil, and other ministers attending the G20. Tomorrow, she will head to Windhoek in Namibia to attend the funeral of the former president of Namibia. Turning to Gaza, the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs reports that since the escalation of hostilities on 7 October, humanitarian partners have delivered partial shelter assistance and other items to some 900,000 people. Last week, our humanitarian partners reached displaced people sheltering outside of United Nations sites in Rafah, with nearly 8,000 bedding items and 1,600 sealing off kits to use to weatherproof shelters and tents. Thousands more tents and other supplies are in the pipeline. On Tuesday, one of our humanitarian partners, World Central Kitchen, delivered at least 39,000 meals in Rafah, and the previous day they had provided at least 173,000 meals in Rafah, in Khan Yunis, and Deir el-Bala. But food stocks are remaining low. In the areas south of Wadi Gaza, during the first half of February, humanitarian missions delivered more than 450,000 liters of fuel. That was 25 out of 42 planned missions that required prior coordination and facilitation with the Israeli authorities. However, to areas north of Wadi Gaza, just 2 of 21 planned fuel missions by humanitarian partners were facilitated by Israeli authorities. in the first 2 weeks of this month, resulting in the delivery of 38,000 liters of fuel. Unfortunately, all 16 planned fuel and assessment missions to water and wastewater pumping stations in northern Gaza were denied access. And you will have seen that the grouping of the main UN and other humanitarian aid agencies working in Gaza issued a statement in which they said there is no safe place in Gaza with disease rampant, famine looming, and water to trickle, basic infrastructure decimated, and food production at a halt. The group, which is the Interagency Standing Committee, said that Rafah has become another battleground in this brutal conflict. Further escalation of violence in this densely populated area would cause mass casualties and could also deal a death blow to humanitarian response, which is already on its knees. Tor Venisland briefed the Security Council via video conference this morning. He is, of course, the Middle East coordinator for the peace process, the special coordinator for the Middle East peace process. There we go. He said that as we approach 140 days of this devastating war in Gaza, there is still no end in sight, adding that what he saw during his recent visit there was shocking and unsustainable. He said that over 2 million people in Gaza face extreme food insecurity, with women and children at greater risk. This is desperation and scarcity has led to near total breakdown of law and order. He stressed that we urgently need a deal that will bring about a humanitarian ceasefire and the release of all hostages, and reiterated his call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages and for this ceasefire. Sigrid Kaag, where is she today? She is in Amman, in Jordan, where she met with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the Jordanian Armed Forces, Major General Youssef al-Hunayti. They discussed the implementation of Security Council Resolution 2720, which named her as the senior humanitarian coordinator. They also discussed Jordan's support for humanitarian operations in Gaza. And moving north to the Blue Line, the head of the UN Interim Force in Lebanon, Lieutenant General Aroldo Lazzaro, warned that the ongoing exchange of fire is causing immense hardship for all those displaced on both sides of the Blue Line. And he said that the mission is working very hard with the parties to avoid an escalation in the situation. The general held a meeting yesterday with mayors from the Tyre district in South Lebanon. In that district, thousands of people are taking refuge after they fled the area on the Lebanese side of the Blue Line. The Lieutenant General noted that the mission is coordinating with UN bodies, embassies, and non-governmental organizations to help aid where it is needed. He also underscored that support must be provided by the Lebanese government and its armed forces for the implementation of Security Council Resolution 1701. And just a last note on this whole issue, Catherine Colonna, the head of the Interdependent Review named by the Secretary General, is meeting the Secretary General just about now. She will then speak to the Security Council stakeout and has told us she will take a few questions. That should be around 12:45 or so, but we will let you know. In Abyei today, the Undersecretary General for Peace Operations, Jean-Pierre Lacroix, and the Secretary General Special Envoy for the Horn of Africa, Hannah Tete, met with representatives of local communities as well as civil society. They listened to the concern and strongly encouraged them to continue to work towards reconciliation. Mr. Lacroix pledged the full support of the United Nations peacekeeping mission, which he noted continues to be committed to protecting civilians amidst ongoing intercommunal tensions. The delegations arrived back in Juba today for additional meetings. That's in South Sudan. Meanwhile, our colleagues in the interim force for Abyei, UNISFA, tell us that nearly 900 displaced men, women, and children in Abyei were voluntarily returned to their place of origin in Unity State in South Sudan yesterday. The displaced persons had recently sought refuge in a UN base in Rumajak, about 7 kilometers north of Abyei, where they were being protected by peacekeepers after intercommunal violence flared in Abyei in late January and early February. The South Sudanese authorities helped with that transfer. Staying in the region in Chad, our humanitarian colleagues warned today that the food security and nutrition situation is worsening across the country due to the impact of climate change, insecurity, and the rise of food and fuel prices. The government declared a countrywide food security and nutrition emergency on January 15th. A national assessment says the number of food insecure people during the upcoming lean season between June and August could reach 2.9 million people, or 17% of Chad's population. That's the highest level in 10 years. As we told you earlier this week, Chad was among the 7 underfunded humanitarian crises that received new monies through the Central Emergency Response Fund, but additional funding is urgently needed to respond to the situation and avoid a further deterioration. The 2024 humanitarian response plan for Chad is being finalized and will be released soon. Moving to Ukraine, as a reminder, the Secretary General will speak tomorrow at the Security Council meeting on Ukraine tomorrow afternoon. We'll share those remarks with you as soon as they're finalized. For its part, the International Organization for Migration said that 2 years since the escalation of the war in Ukraine, IOM has supported 6.5 million people in the country across 11 neighboring in the country and across 11 neighboring countries. Also today, UN Women said with this war, like all wars, takes a bigger toll on women and girls who disproportionately carry the burden. UN Women noted that warned that predictions for this year are somber, with women and girls accounting for 56% of those expected to need humanitarian assistance. 8 million are women and girls. UN Women stress that these continued attacks on women and their livelihoods are unacceptable. And the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, noted that Russia's full-scale armed attack on Ukraine, which is about to enter its 3rd year with no end in sight, continues to cause serious and widespread human rights violations, destroying lives and livelihoods. Our friends in Geneva at UNCTAD, the UN Conference for Trade and Development, released a very interesting report today showing how attacks on Red Sea shipping added to existing geopolitical and climate-related challenges and are reshaping the trade routes around the world. UNCTAD estimates that over the past 2 months, the trade volume passing the Suez Canal decreased by 42%, with major players in the shipping industry temporarily suspending Suez transits. Weekly container ship transits have fallen 67% in Suez, and container carrying capacity, tanker transit, and gas carriers have also experienced significant declines. Meanwhile, UNCTAD noted that the total transits through Panama Canal plummeted by 36% compared to a year ago. They also point out that mounting uncertainty and the avoidance of Suez to reroute around the Cape of Good Hope is having both economic and environmental costs, representing additional pressures on developing economies. They estimate that higher fuel consumption could result to 70% rise in greenhouse gases for these trips. Also, shipping costs have skyrocketed. Finally, quiz for new countries. This is what I would call a liquefied quiz. 4 countries have paid their regular budget in fuels. I wish it was in heating fuel. In budget dues in full, and first 2 are European countries that border each other, and they have the same national drink, rakia, which is a type of fruit brandy.
Well, Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, has been responding to the events of last night, defending his own conduct, saying he was not pressurising the Speaker improperly in any way. What we've been hearing from the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, is interesting. He's been saying that last night's events were very concerning, but he's also saying that the Speaker has apologised and said he will reflect. He's walking a fine line there. The government isn't diving in yet on the whole issue of whether the Speaker should keep his job. And what a lot of people are looking at, the metric that might switch the government's view, might make them think, well, actually, we are going to allow a vote of no confidence to happen maybe on Monday in the Speaker, is that tally of names being added, MPs' names to the petition, as it were, the early day motion. At the moment, when last I checked, it was 67. There were 38 Conservative names on there. What could change all of that? Maybe a revelation of some kind about the plotting that happened behind the scenes. Maybe just the fact that going after the Speaker looks very petty. But a lot of people feel that that tally of MPs probably needs to be at 100 or a bit higher for government to feel that it has to call that vote of no confidence. For now, though, the Speaker's job is still in the balance.
At times last night, the Commons chamber was shoutier than the demonstrations outside. The Speaker had tried to calm the anger with an apology.
Stephen Flynn.
The morning after the night before, that still wasn't enough for some.
As I have expressed to you privately prior to proceedings here today, we do not, on these benches, therefore believe that you can continue in your role as Speaker. We do not have confidence in your ability to do so.
I apologise to the SNP. Just bear with me for. I apologise, and I apologise to the House. I made a mistake. We do make mistakes. I own up to mine.
He said he'd been trying to make...
Can continue in your role as Speaker. We do not have confidence in your ability to do so.
I apologise to the SNP. Just bear with me for. I apologise, and I apologise to the House. I made a mistake.
Commons chamber was shoutier than the demonstrations outside. The Speaker had tried to calm the anger with an apology.
Stephen Flynn.
The morning after the night before, that still wasn't enough for some.
As I have expressed to you privately prior to proceedings here today, we do not, on these benches, therefore believe that you can continue in your role as Speaker. We do not have confidence in your ability to do so.
I apologise to the SNP. Just bear with me for. I apologise, and I apologise to the House. I made a mistake. We do make mistakes. I own up to mine.
He said he'd been trying to make sure MPs wanting a ceasefire in Gaza had a Gaza motion they felt they could support. If they didn't, he said, they could be threatened by extremists.
I never, ever want to go through a situation where I pick up a phone to find a friend of whatever side has been murdered by terrorists.
It is with regret that I've laid an early day motion in my name.
The Tory MP, who's gathering names demanding a vote of no confidence, asked when he might get one. The government wasn't giving much away.
The government will always listen carefully to the views of this House, and the Speaker needs to command the confidence of it.
But some on the Tory right said the Speaker should be kept in his job.
I think we should move on now, and I would recommend that we don't put in motions of no confidence.
He should rightfully be in his place, in that chair, presiding. We are lucky to have him.
Aren't we?
No. Aren't we? He snapped at the no confidence backers. No, they snapped back.
Yesterday afternoon, there was those people who were proposing that early day motion were expecting that there were going to be between 50 and 100 signatures on it. by close of play. And I and a few others counselled against that sort of behaviour, and it was reassuring, therefore, to find out this morning that there were only, I think, 33 signatures.
But as we speak now, the number's going up. It was 55 a moment ago. What level does it reach when the government says, actually, we do have to have a vote on the floor, a vote of no confidence in the Speaker? And do you think if it got to that, he might go before the vote or the debate even happened?
I don't think a vote of no confidence in the Speaker, were it to be held, would be carried.
If you only got, say, a third of the House voting no confidence in the Speaker, does he carry on?
Well, I think it's going to be very difficult in any case for Lindsay to carry on in his role. We are, of course, the third party in Westminster, and there's indeed many others in other parties who are questioning his position right now.
Shall we have a countdown? And I think they said 5 on here. I think it should be at least 10.
Whether it's all over for the Speaker could depend on further allegations of backroom deals surfacing and the degree to which the focus now shifts to the threats to MPs' safety.
If a motion of no confidence reaches the floor of the House in our current Speaker, I will fight it with every fibre and breath in my body. Mr. Speaker acted the way he did yesterday for the best of reasons, to keep people safe.
Overnight, there was more bombing of Rafah in Gaza. A mosque was flattened, many homes destroyed too. In Westminster, the Speaker offered MPs the option of an emergency debate to make amends for the chaotic debate last night. The conflict continues, even if Parliament looks distracted and diminished.
Well, I'm now joined by the Labour MP for Huddersfield, Barry Shearman, who told the Commons today he has to watch where he walks after he received a death threat last year. Barry Shearman, the Speaker has lost the confidence of the SNP and dozens of Conservatives. He's unable to carry out his duties properly, isn't he?
I think he's perfectly able. I'm the longest serving MP, Labour MP. I've seen a lot of speakers, and Lindsay Hoyle's the best of the bunch. He's got a reputation for fairness, being on the side of Parliament, standing up for Parliament. And I think one evening in which I think he was wrong-footed. I think he tried to be even and balanced, thought he'd got it right, and he got it wrong.
Well,
but we're all human, and I'm sorry, I don't think he should go. I think we'd lose a great public servant and the best speaker I can remember.
Has he been wrong-footed by your leader, Sir Keir Starmer?
No, I don't think so. I think what happened, knowing Lindsay, he tried to make sure that everyone got the shout and accepted the three amendments from the three parties.
Yeah, but he got Keir Starmer out of a hole.
I don't think it was for that reason at all, and I don't think the Speaker would have gone along with that. But can we put that in the context? There's a febrile atmosphere in Parliament at the moment. There's a Scottish nationalist. Most of them think they're going to lose their seats. The Tories, half of them are pretty sure to lose their seats. And quite honestly, this to me looks like a diversionary tactic. You know, if you see the close-ups of the behaviour last night of the SNP, the language that the BBC had to stop the recording, and on the other hand, on the Conservative side, baying and behaving like kids at a dreadful school.
Well,
so
the Speaker said this
was a plan. I think, Cathy, some of you in the media are missing. This is a diversion to take us away from the serious issue of politics, the serious issues of members of Parliament's safety.
Well, let's talk about members of Parliament's safety, because the Speaker talked about absolutely frightening threats. He didn't spell them out. Can you spell some of those threats out?
I can. The fact of the matter is that someone like me, we know with social media, MPs get threats all the time, some more serious than others. And when 18 months ago I got a threat at Verts, I thought it was, we were going to ignore it. And then
This is thing.
Was that?
It's a ladies' thing. It's about a lady. It's not your stuff. It's not about a man.
Do we care about the children in this room? Yeah. Do we? Okay. Then let's talk about abortion. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. Abortion is definitely easily one of the most heated topics in America. And I think, man, it's like, enough for me. Already made up my mind. No, it's very easy to talk about abortion in San Francisco. I could offer any of you an abortion after the show. You'd be like, I'll take one. I don't even need one. It's like preaching to the choir here. I think one of the biggest problems with the discussion on abortion is the word abortion. It's too strong of a word, right? It's like, abort mission, press the button. Like, there was a mission? I didn't know. It's a lot of stress in one word. Maybe we should call it something a little lighter, like a Brazilian fetus lift. You know what I mean? A BFL, you know what I mean? Because just the word abortion is very triggering to some. I merely said the word abortion on stage, and a woman just got up and she left. Yeah, I wasn't even a third of the way through my joke. She literally walked out in the first trimester of my joke. I was like, let me deliver. I thought that's what you wanted. The problem is we're not starting from where we agree. We're just starting from where we disagree. You should listen to other people's opinions. Just like other people should sympathize with your experience. Like if you've had a pregnancy scare before, it's a very scary thing. But a lot of people have not experienced a pregnancy scare. But everybody in this room was a pregnancy scare to somebody else. Call that person, ask them how they felt. We're not starting from where we agree. We need to start from where we agree when it comes to abortion. And I think we can all agree, whether you don't like abortion or whether you fucking love it, or whether you like it way too much, I think we can all agree that abortion should be a last resort. And as a society, we can do a better job of minimizing its use at all costs. Whether you, thank you, one person, thank you so much. This is, what's that?
It's a ladies' thing.
It's about a lady.
It's not your stuff.
It's not about a man.
No, let them talk, let them talk. Let me say something real quick. Now, I understand that pregnancy is about a woman's body, and I'm pro-choice, so that would make me on your side. But the fact that you interrupted in the middle of a bit is questionable. Do you really believe that I needed to be silenced in that moment, or did you just more so want to be heard? What was it? Tell me that I needed to be silenced. Yes. So should I just stop the set right now and end?
No.
No, because that would be aborting too early. And thank you. I'm telling you, I'm pro-choice. It's about a woman's body. But jokes do need setups, and they need tension, and you killed the tension. Right? So let me finish. Because that's how we got into this mess in the first place. And by the way, thank you, because that's going to be great for the tapes. Now, okay, so let's just pick up where we left off. Camera's good? Camera's good. I think we can be doing a better job as a society to minimize its use at all costs. Thank you, brave people, for listening to this man's opinion on what happens inside of a woman's body. Sammy Obeid, part-time comedian, part-time gynecologist. I'm doing my part as a comedian. I'm teaching a fitness class on the side, okay? It's just for men. Sorry, ladies, okay? Your body, your choice, not today, not in this fitness class. This class is just for men, and we get to the heart of the problem. In this fitness class, we teach men how to not ejaculate inside of women unintentionally. Or intentionally, too. We just teach them how to not. That's the root of the problem, is it not? No more oopsies. We're teaching men in this fitness class. Yep. It's called pull-outies. Please bring your own towels.
בוקר טוב למשפחת הרי זהב. אנחנו נמצאים פה בתרגיל בצפון וחי"ר. יש פה כמה פצועים שנפלו בכוח.
מה נשמע הרי זהב? וואי, מתגעגע לכם. אנחנו כאן בלב עזה, עושים מה שעושים.
משפחת הרי זהב. אנחנו נמצאים פה בתרגיל בצפון וחי"ר. יש פה כמה פצועים שנפלו בכוח.
מה נשמע הרי זהב? וואי, מתגעגע לכם. אנחנו כאן בלב עזה, עושים מה שעושים.
Oh my god. Oh my god. My my mic has been off this whole time. How did I not notice that? Can you hear me now? Now, Nightbot should be working. There should be a number of commands in there. We can get posting on some of them. Let's see here. You can hear me now. Okay, fantastic. I was talking that whole time to you, but was not fully focused. So I don't know what you even heard. I don't know. I'm trying to think of how far back I was muted. So I must have been not audible this whole time. That's great for the VOD. It's great for. I might have to redo everything. I don't know if I was even audible this whole time. Oh, we got to get those ages back up. But there's also some more, and if you want to find the list, they should be at the commands command. Anyway, so to provide more context for this, since I was apparently muted the whole time, this video is essentially detailing the intentions of Israeli real estate firms and the actual attempts to carry out the construction of homes in Gaza. And this video was from 2 months ago, right? So in December, right, they were doing this, right? And it's unbelievable. Does the link works? This is good. This is good. The thing is, I didn't see this. Maybe you guys did see it, but it's it's very, very unfortunate. Let's watch a clip somewhat related to this that's more fun. Although still sad. Hey, work. There you go.
Wait, are you Jewish?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 8-ball works. Nightbot says definitely to you will prank Matt of the letter hack as Ted Cruz. Well, I'm on Nightbot's side. Wait, I gotta restart this. I'm glad you found the commands.
Wait, are you Jewish?
Yeah.
I'm Palestinian. Toby, what the hell is this?
What's what?
This divider.
I thought it would be easier to define where my half of the apartment ended and your half begins.
Can I just come out?
I'll need to see a passport.
Passport?
Rules are rules.
It's too real. It's too real.
Denied.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Where's my food?
What food?
My mom sent me a care package.
We had to confiscate that. There might have been weapons inside.
Oh yeah? Well, do you recognize
I
this
just realized this is
perfectly
super
innocent
quiet.
banana? If you want it back intact, then you'll give me 5 of my granola bars.
You're writing a script, Looney?
They put you here too. Thank you. No,
God.
please.
What the hell, dude? This is my apartment.
Pretty sure it's my apartment.
Why don't you just go back to your old apartment?
You know what happened at my old apartment.
I don't even think that really happened.
Are you denying my old apartment?
This is my living room. Who the hell is this?
That's Josh.
The brochure said the wall would keep him out.
How would you feel if I blew up the kitchen right now?
You savage.
You guys again? I've been getting complaints all day. Listen, you two are my worst tenants. Something has to be done. Are you ready to talk?
Talk to who?
To Toby.
Last I checked, Toby doesn't exist.
He's standing right there.
How am I supposed to argue with someone who doesn't even acknowledge I exist?
It's not just me. All our neighbors hate him too.
Death to Toby. Death. Oh, this is 6B, right? Okay, yeah, death to Toby.
I think you guys need a 2-apartment solution, okay?
When is the next Letter Hack
All right,
call-in
fine. How
stream?
about this? Fair fight. Winner takes all.
Jesus Christ.
Good luck, gentlemen.
That is way too similar to what's currently going on.
Is anyone going?
That is way too close. The what do you call it? The dichotomy there. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Focusing back in. And since I don't know what even, because now I'm questioning everything right now. I'm like, what did I even do this stream? I spoke, but my mic was turned off the whole time, so that wasn't helpful. So I guess you get to see some of the stuff that we talked about before. I really want to watch John Oliver, but I feel like I'm going to get copyright struck. But he's got this Supreme Court ethics video that I really want to watch. We might just do it because I'm not even monetized yet, so I'm not all that worried about getting copyright struck for zero money. Sometime in March. Okay. So we've got a little time to look forward to you doing this. All right. Edging us a little bit on this impression of yours there. I'm just gonna do it. I will get copyright struck, you think? I'm just gonna skip past the actual music of it. This is basically one of the only things I haven't done while I was on stream that I really kind of was really wanting to do. So I say screw it. We're not under YouTube's thumb yet. They're not giving me money. Avoid it? You think I should avoid it? I should do something else and hey, you know, if you think it affects my future of monetization, that's a fair point. Okay, well, you two have swayed me in a different direction. We will at least do this other stuff that I did, at least to some degree.
Well, Washington's unwavering support for Israel has been criticized by many around the world, and that criticism has increased during the past few weeks of the war on Gaza. Rosalind Jordan looks at the history of the ties between the two countries, including how it hasn't always been as harmonious as many think.
Thank you for having me.
Joe Biden is the 14th U.S. president who has tried to resolve the Israel-Palestine conflict. On the first day of the war in Gaza, Biden offered complete support for Israel, no calls on it to show restraint.
We must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel.
Biden's support harkens back to that of President Harry Truman, who in 1948 recognized the state of Israel within 11 minutes of its declaration of independence. But some subsequent presidents took a more tough love approach. Dwight Eisenhower, Richard Nixon, and Ronald Reagan all condemned Israeli military action on occasion. But Reagan also started the practice of awarding Israel $3 billion in...
Looney Tunes has a... You have a channel? I did not realize that. I was completely unaware of that. Boo. Oh, you're booing. I'm not sure who you're booing. I can guess. There's at least a few people to boo already.
Every year.
A strong, secure Israel is a shared interest.
The George H.W. Bush administration was the first to threaten to cut aid to Israel if it didn't stop illegally building settlements in the occupied West Bank.
Thank you for your statement.
The Obama administration took the unusual step in 2016 of withholding a veto in the UN Security Council after Benjamin Netanyahu, now Prime Minister, ignored Washington's request to stop settlement expansion. The U.S.'s abstention cleared the way for the Security Council to demand Israel stop construction. Notably, the question of U.S. aid for Israel never came up at either of the Camp David summits, and it was never raised by either Presidents George W. Bush or Donald Trump. Trump's support gave Israel what it craved, the recognition of Jerusalem as capital of the Jewish state. Now, with the war in Gaza in its 5th month and the death toll rising, some in Congress say aid to Israel must be made conditional.
There should be no blank checks for any country. We cannot continue the pattern where Prime Minister Netanyahu says, "Thank you, Mr. President, for America's generous military assistance," and then thumbs his nose at America's legitimate requests.
There might be a subtle change in U.S. policy afoot. The U.S. has circulated a draft Security Council resolution on Gaza that includes words it has refused to use before now, a temporary ceasefire. But still no definitive plan to leverage billions of dollars in U.S. aid to convince Netanyahu to change the way he's conducting the war. The show of support yet to be matched by what
Biden
Washington says is its alarm over
that makes plenty of sense. That makes plenty of sense. That was kind of what I thought.
Rosalind Jordan, Al Jazeera.
Reagan showed up in the middle of it, so I figured he could be very well involved.
Washington.
We're going to bring in Marwan Bashara, Al Jazeera's senior political analyst, to discuss all of this. So Rosalind's report there saying that we should understand that the relations between the US and Israel have not always been as strong as one might anticipate. But to listen to what we were hearing in the International Court of Justice just a few hours ago, it is quite clear that the US is putting Israel's security as the priority for anything that happens in the future.
True, but it's also true that American-Israel relations after 1967 war and the occupation of Palestinian and Arab territory has generally been strong. Despite the ups and downs, it has maintained and remained and even became stronger with the time. But 1967 was an inflection.
That, what do you call it? That banner right there, that says it all right there, doesn't it? U.S. says Israel should not be ordered to immediately withdraw from the Palestinian occupied territories, which is basically saying U.S. U.S. says Israel shouldn't stop, shouldn't commit. Why can't I speak right now? My brain just broke. I'm trying to read this when I'm actually forming a completely different sentence. It's basically saying that Israel should just keep on committing a war crime, right? Because for the longest time, the Palestinian occupied territories have been deemed illegal by international law. So, you know, like how can our government allow for this to be the narrative?
Here, if you will, in the relationship. In the 2 decades before 1967, Israel got in from the United States something like $1 billion+ in 20 years, $1 billion or so dollars. In the following 2 decades, after Israel occupied Palestinian and Arab land, it got $50 billion plus. So you can imagine the difference. Suddenly, Israel's occupation of Palestinian and Arab territories became an American investment. America started investing in Israel not when it was weak and, let's say, vulnerable, and let's say in a smaller territory without
because we're
strategic
also
depth.
bullies. Absolutely, that would seem to be the case historically, and I shouldn't be shocked by the fact that we side with Israel, but I am appalled and would like it to change.
As it was between 1948 and 1967. After Israel won against the combined forces of Arab militaries and occupied a territory 3 times its size, that's when America got on the action and doubled, quadrupled, and then it basically went from $1+ billion to $50 billion in American aid. And in the past 50, 60 years, if you take it in 2024 dollars, it's like $300 billion of American aid.
So what's America getting for its money?
This is the thing, right? So I think Israel and its occupation of Arab and Palestinian territory became a geopolitical asset for the United States.
Technically, it's not a full $300 billion. I'm going to come and say, oh, Streamlord, why didn't you question that? Well, he rounded up slightly, but by a figure that is quite small. So let's be real.
United States. And at the time, from 1967 to 1977, America was telling the Arab world and Israel, the only way you can get your land back is if you stop allying yourself with the Soviet Union and start allying yourself with the United States. That was the primary condition, at least on Egypt in the beginning. It had to move from the Soviet camp to the American camp during the Cold War in order to recover the Sinai.
Yeah, $50 billion.
And it was the same thing for the Syrians. It weren't that as lucky. But also for even for American assets like Jordan, it became even closer to the United States. And its relationship with the United States would help it recover.
And I don't know if anybody heard me say it
and establish
while
peace.
We were on
it was the same thing as with the PLO.
I'll say it again.
In 1988, they would have to distance themselves from anything,
the same place.
Denounce.
But this shot right here is absolutely devastating to me. Okay? Look at it. The destruction that we're looking at right now is it's apocalyptic. I hate to be the Doomer News Network right now. I've been considering changing my name to that because it sounds like an apt title for this podcast. However, I think the analogy I tried to make earlier was it looked as if if you recall last year when the Burning Man festival was going on, and they all got stuck in the mud because there was some rainstorm that was unseasonable at the time. It's like that happened to Los Angeles. That's what this looks like to me, right? Or like or like Dresden, or some the comparisons that come to mind are not. They just get worse and worse. The more I search for them,
as it were, terrorism, and align themselves with the United States if they had any chance to recover. So occupation of Palestine became an asset for the United States, that it would invest money in Israel in order to maintain it and reject any notion of surrendering it, except if the Arabs start accepting American diktats.
So I understand what you were saying about Israel being essentially a front line, for want of a better phrase, for U.S. interests in the Middle East, particularly against Arab states. But in the Trump administration, we had the Abraham
like the movie Elysium,
where the UAE and Bahrain signed normalization agreements with Israel. The Biden administration has been pushing Saudi Arabia to do the same thing with Israel. So if that is beginning to coalesce to some degree, and these are significant powers within the Middle East, where does the U.S. see the benefit still in maintaining Israel as that front line?
When Biden first became president, in the so-called Biden doctrine, in his first major speech on foreign policy, he made very clear, America is back. America is not going to leave any vacuum for Iran, Russia, and China to fill in the Middle East. So it was a clear message to all America's nemesis around the world, the three main regional and international forces, that America was going to use its leverage and influence again under Biden in order to make sure that it will keep all three countries, all three powers, outside the geopolitical calculus of the Middle East. And hence, it started investing in the Abraham Accords and in new normalization.
BCAT-K is right. That Looney is right.
Of relation between Saudi Arabia and Israel, as well as other countries, in order to build a new axis of the so-called Israel moderate Arab regimes against or devoured of Russian, Chinese, and Iranian influence in order to serve American geopolitical interests in the region.
Marwan, we appreciate it as always. Marwan Bashara, thank you very much indeed.
Okay. Actually, there's something. Whoa. Copyright struck. There it is. That's what we have to do. We have to get copyright struck. Oh, God. Oh, that broke me inside. I was going to do a thing. I'm still going to do it. It feels slightly less important now. But whoops, that's not what I meant to do. I haven't been doing this because I've been dealing with trying to get this a bunch of different things with this stream going the way I'd like to. So I've been ignoring an important responsibility of mine. And here is what it is. We just passed 12:30 over the eastern coast of the United States of America. Right now, we're going to have to take an ad break on Twitch because of this man right behind me, Jeffy Bezos. If you want to stick it to him, you can use your free Twitch Prime subscription that you get with every Amazon Prime membership and tell Jeff Bezos to go straight to hell. Enjoy these ads. Okay, back to the important stuff. Okay, why do I have so many full screens going right now? That's not helpful. I'm glad that you like the giant Jeffy Bezos head, BCat. You know what, since we already did it, and I feel like I'm definitely going to get copyright struck for it, we're just going to... I feel like we should just watch this. I already played the commercial play.
Our main story tonight concerns the courts.
Don't do
the
that.
dignified palaces of justice,
Actually,
which showing
I keep second guessing it. We're going to do this. I don't know if anybody talked about them today, because I missed most of the majority report, or I slept in. I didn't fall asleep until 8 in the morning. So we will watch this. My guess is they were on top of this one.
Fertility treatments have been put on hold at Alabama's main hospital after the U.S. state's
Whoops, sorry.
Court.
Let me fix
Was that
the
frozen?
screen. And turn off the music.
Embryos were classified. Fertility treatments have been put on hold at Alabama's main hospital after the US state's top court ruled that frozen embryos were classified as children. Well, the hospital authorities say their concerned patients or doctors could face prosecution. The court ruled last week that any human life from the moment of conception was sacred. Here's our North America correspondent David Willis.
Last week's decision by the Alabama Supreme Court that embryos frozen in a test tube should have the legal rights of children has caused anger, confusion, and the full ramifications of the decision are still being worked out. But already the largest hospital in Alabama, the University of Alabama Hospital in Birmingham, has announced that it is pausing IVF treatment whilst it works out the full extent of this ruling. The hospital said in a statement that there was concern on the part of both patients and doctors that this could lead to prosecutions or to individuals being sued for.
I know we've been talking about this for, Jesus, I mean, it feels like years, and I'm pretty sure it is, at least in terms of the latest wave of anti-abortion legislation that has been going through in many red states. I do believe that this court decision, while it's in a lower court, will have a bunch of really negative ramifications, especially for Alabama women. And I'm hoping that it's struck down in appeal by some rights group somewhere. I'm assuming they're already attempting to put together a case. That's my most optimistic sort of opinion on it. But, you know, at least me personally, I wish there was more I could actually do aside from bring light to this situation on my small stream here from the Galactic space station and talk to you people about it. But just to think about this, you know, we've been talking about how this is sorry, just something just happened over here on the space station, threw me off. We've been talking about how they're trying to strip rights away and making bounty systems for lawsuits against doctors who provide abortions and clinics and people who go to get abortions themselves. It's already, as we know, caused a great number of people distress to the point that they had to either move out of the state or at least leave the state to get procedures for themselves and or for their families. And it's appalling, but a decision like this will give so much ammo to the anti-abortion people, and the only hope I feel like we have is for it to be struck down, because if it's held up by the court, other courts are going to try to do the same thing.
Damages. Now, the Alabama Supreme Court's decision, in effect, opens a new front in the war in this country over reproductive rights. Abortion rights campaigners saw this coming. They predicted that this would be the new battleground after, in 2022, the United States Supreme Court overturned the landmark ruling Roe versus Wade, which afforded everybody, woman in this country, the right to an abortion. So now there have been calls for pro-life campaigners in some other conservative states to push for similar protections to those that have been introduced into Alabama in the last few days. Now, critics contend that that could create regional barriers to the availability of fertility treatment in parts of this country. As far as the state of Alabama is concerned, well, this could raise the price of medical malpractice insurance in Alabama, thereby pushing up the cost of fertility treatment and making it less affordable, and it could prompt some clinics, it said, to close their doors. America's National Infertility Association has said that the court's ruling could spell the end of...
You want to know how fast the demonetization system works? I can no longer run ad breaks on Twitch right now for this stream.
IVF provision in that state. One big and unanswered question is whether this whole issue will galvanize voters going into this year's presidential election in the same way that the debate over abortion rights did during the midterm elections of 2022, to the detriment, of course, of the Republicans. We will have to wait and see.
David Willis there. Well, let's get more on this with CBS correspondent Jared Hill, who's in New York. So what's been the reaction to this, Jared?
Well, so it depends on what side of the aisle, what side of this argument you sit on, Kylie. So there are obviously people who are seeking IVF treatment right now in the state of Alabama who are saying they don't know what happens next. They don't know whether they will be able to continue with their IVF treatment, with their fertility treatments in their homes.
Oh, actually, no, I take it back. I take it back. You know what? It just refreshed. I guess it's a full 15 minutes until you can run another ad break. It was gray for much longer than I thought it would be. Usually doesn't.
Or if they're going to have to try and drum up the money.
It doesn't do that, but I did change the ad settings on there recently, so that might be it. By the way, I don't know if you're listening to the way that they're framing this, but they don't even seem to be concerned about the implications of this ruling for abortion rights. It's just IVF procedures. But, I mean, granted, they're in a different country, so maybe they don't understand the dynamics of America, but abortion rights activists, anti-abortion rights activists, pro-life people, I hate calling them pro-life because they don't really believe in that sort of, that sentiment is just words they've chosen that makes them sound better than they are, and I'd like to think that they're not 100% aware of it, but as journalists it seems lacking a lot of discernation to be able to go right past it and only focus on what it means for IVF.
Potentially thousands of dollars on top of this already expensive process and do this somewhere else. On the other side, there are some anti-abortion rights advocates who are saying that they hope that this changes the way that IVF treatment is done and considered in the United States, especially seeing as how the destruction of embryos is something that can routinely happen depending on the discretion and the desires of the family, whether those embryos would be considered viable, all of these questions coming into this argument. And so there are some advocates for tightening abortion rights saying that they hope that this changes the industry.
And this must be a concern for those people who are trying to go through IVF.
There was a quick mention. Thank you
definitely.
so much.
There have been a number of families who've been speaking about this, saying that essentially their hopes for having children are now indefinitely on hold, and so they don't know.
I mean, I definitely feel for the people who can't have children who are going to be affected by this as well. So I hope it's not sounding like anything other than that. But I think that I hate to say it like this and to try and make it some sort of a competition, but I do feel like it is slightly superseded by the basic right of healthcare for women vis-a-vis abortions. Anyway, this is another serious topic we're going to look at.
Now, a dog previously crowned the world's oldest is now just a regular dog after the Guinness World Records revoked its title. Officials declared there was no proof the Portuguese Mastiff was as old as his owners had claimed. How did they know? Our very own Wagatha Christie, there you say. I knew I was going to get that joke in. I was desperate to get that joke in. Courtney Bembridge is here with us. And Courtney, tell me a little bit more about the story.
So yes, this is Bobby, and he became famous last year when he was crowned the world's oldest dog. And we can bring pictures up to show you Bobby at the time.
Can we see pictures of the dog?
So Bobby had a fantastic birthday party when he turned 31. You can see him there.
Off as well, please. Thank you.
So
looks like
Bobby
such a good
there
boy.
had a big birthday party. He turned 31, and he was crowned by the Guinness Book of World Records the oldest dog. And his owners said that it was down to his lifestyle, that he had a very outdoorsy, living in a rural village in Portugal, and he ate only human food. And I want to play you a little of what his owner said at the time he was crowned.
It's a feeling of pride that we can't explain. In the family, we knew that many people told us we wouldn't make it, that Guinness would ask for money, that it was only for people Guinness knew. But we knew Bobby's age, and we were sure that the examinations would only prove what we already knew. And that was the case.
How did they prove it?
Well, pictures emerged showing him in 1999, and if you have a look at them, his paws there are white, and we're going to now swap to the most recent picture of him, brown paws. That was part of his undoing, but also there was this information from vets that 31 is implausible. It would have been like humans.
I hope nobody told Bobby the bad news. He looks like a good boy. He doesn't deserve to go out knowing that he lost the title. I'm not going to take a position on this. I just don't want to see this poor dog get hurt. Okay, back to actual serious news. We did watch this video on South Korean doctors who are protesting. But after watching it, because I watched a bunch of these for the first time on stream, and we decided, well, I don't know about we, but I came to the conclusion that it was not, they weren't deserving of our solidarity, at least not to my knowledge. From the, I know that sounds, it's like, why wouldn't we be in solidarity with South Korean doctors who are protesting? But, and actually maybe we should watch it. I'm just going to watch it just because, so we kind of know going on. Because, and here's the thing, like, South Korea's got a lot of problems, even though it's heralded as being a success story in the capitalist paradigm. I think we've all seen I almost called it Hunger Games. I think we've all seen Squid Games, and while it's a fiction, it is not that far from reality with South Korean society. However, the reason that these doctors have decided to strike is quite dubious.
South Korea's confrontation between doctors and the government over the decision to increase admissions of medical students is plunging the country's healthcare into crisis and leaving patients scrambling for treatment.
South Korea's health ministry says that more than 8,000 resident doctors in training have so far walked off the job. Operations at hospitals around the country are being disrupted. Here at Severance Hospital, one of the 5 largest medical centers in Seoul, surgeries have been reduced by 50%.
Doctors rallied in front of the presidential office Thursday evening. They argue the drastic increase in medical students and later doctors will not solve or reduce shortages of physicians in rural areas and critical health care, such as pediatrics and emergency surgery, and that medical schools lack capacity.
Yeah, capitalism doesn't work anymore, BCAT. I see you and I hear you. It is an unfortunate situation, and really, I mean, it does show you the desperation of people in South Korea, right? Like, I understand why people in South Korea are desperate. They're having the same sort of late-stage capitalist problems that we're having, but on a even greater scale, some could say. But not necessarily. It's obviously a complicated issue, and maybe trying to quantify it in that way is not necessarily the thing to do. But it is somewhat illuminating the fact that they are protesting having more people in the profession that they're in, which is to take care of people, right? I think we can all agree that there should be more healthcare workers out there. I mean, I'm not entirely familiar with the healthcare system in North Korea, or not, I just called it North Korea, in South Korea, but you know, I know that they have an aging population, and it's probably a necessity for their country to have more doctors, which is why they're trying to do something about it.
Extremely grateful that our president has shown great interest in medical reform. However, increasing the enrollment by 2,000 medical students would undermine medical education.
Doctors here generally earn more in private clinics performing elective procedures such as plastic surgery than in essential care at hospitals. Critics of the doctors point out their average salary is among the highest in the OECD, while the number of doctors per capita among the fewest.
Within that, doctors are speaking out against the Yoon Suk-yeol's government in order to maintain their vested interests, and that they should continue negotiating with the government to get what they want. Doctors who abandon their patients are wrong.
Despite government warnings, the Korea Medical Association announced it will take a strike vote on March 3rd. Frank Smith, TRT World, Seoul.
Our world is really struggling under the current paradigm. Every corner that you investigate, it seems like there's something happening that that's a problem and is an existential crisis for someone. What else did we watch that I want to try and do over again? Let's see. We really decided to make life a competition, not a community.
You did a sketch recently.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the thing, you know. And that was actually something that I was thinking to myself while watching the leftist mafia today, actually, and like, don't take this as a criticism of them, because it's not. I don't see it as being a function of anything that they're doing necessarily. But I was just thinking to myself that, like, the incentives in our system, and like particularly in this situation, YouTube, there's like a disincentive to work together, right? Because it complicates things. And it requires extra politicking to be able to properly be paid, right? Within the context of a group dynamic rather than as a one-by-one person. Like, and I was just thinking to myself, like, you know, every single one of these creators who I really like, and granted, Fran wasn't streaming, which I was shocked. I assumed that she would also be on stream at the Bituation Room. But I was thinking, like, if they were all combining their numbers simultaneously, right, onto one stream, like, granted, they've all been doing like leaps and bounds, and I'm like so glad to see it, right? Like, I remember when we were struggling to have like 100 viewers in each stream for Leftist Mafia, right? Matt and Mike and all of them, like, but now I look and everybody's got 400, 500 almost viewers, concurrent viewers, and I'm just thinking, what if we were combine all those viewers into one stream. It would be close to like a Majority Report level stream, right? And when you have thousands of viewers, in terms of the algorithm and the like the search functions on YouTube and other places, like, and I'm not, like, once again, I'm not trying to like criticize them. This is really just something I was thinking out loud to myself. Like, man, what if they did this, right? And like, I'm just wondering, like, what would the ramifications be? And I'm sure that they've probably considered all this stuff themselves. I would love to know the answers or whatever they would think on this sort of subject. But I'm just thinking from purely a marketing standpoint and like a brand recognition, right? Because while we definitely know it's the leftist mafia, like, there is no leftist mafia stream, right? I guess, I don't know. I'm thinking out loud. Don't mind me. Let's see. I hope you don't mind this, but because I've already done all this stuff and and whatnot, I'd love to not do it again. So let's just do this, okay?
Sure, okay.
And you know, if you got other things to do, no big deal. But I figured we both happen to like this comedian, and since you're the only one currently chatting in my YouTube chat, let's have some fun.
That I'm not a liberal. What? Yeah, I didn't know. I thought I was liberal my whole life, and then I looked up the definition and realized I need to check definitions first before saying that I'm something. Anybody here identify as a liberal? Okay, a couple bold people after knowing you're walking into this joke. This blew my mind. This is the definition of liberal. A liberal is somebody who accepts and respects behavior and points of view different from yours. Do you know anybody fucking like that? One person? The last one we had was Jesus, and we killed him. Martin Luther King, and we killed him. We're just killing all the good liberals. Why are we killing all the liberals, man? Every liberal I know thinks they're smarter than at least one person, right? You can't be accepting of others and superior to them at the same time. We need to change that name from liberal to bigots who believe in global warming, okay?
They ain't ready. No. Might as well have been. Come on. أنا أصلي فلسطيني محفور على جبيني وأنا ما تروح تلاقيني على الرأس وعلى عيني
Obey!
فلسطين في قلبي.
Hello! I don't know if you can tell, but we got like 10 cameras tonight, just in case 9 of them fail. This is my second comedy special. Yeah. My first one was also here, and I know somebody's going to be like, why'd you do it again here? Because this is the only place where people will come. So we're doing it here. I was getting into a really heated debate about race with my friend because it was 9 a.m. And my friend hit me with the classic, you know, Sammy, I don't see color. I was like, that's crazy, because I don't hear sound. I don't smell smells, I don't taste food, I have COVID, is what I'm saying. I have COVID. That's how you know I'm not racist. COVID done took all my senses. I know COVID's a dark topic and people have lost their lives, but maybe that's why COVID was put on this planet, to take away all our discerning senses so we can stop being fucking bigots to each other. You know what I mean? You can't hate someone you can't smell, you know? You could probably tell by my first 2 jokes that I went to school at UC Berkeley. Yeah, go Bears. I graduated UC Berkeley. That just means I get offended at everything. Don't fucking test me. I'll cry right here. Prove my point. There's a nickname they give people who went to Berkeley. They call us pussies. Yeah. I thought it was Go Bears. Apparently it's Go Pussies. If you look at our mascot up close, it's just a bear going, rear. It's international, too. I went to France. I told the guy, he's like, oh, you went to Berkeley. You are a pussy. Like, that's not nice. Didn't know how deep this pussy snub goes. But Berkeley, we do serve a function in society. We're here to show you where the line could be, you know? We always have social issues, and people are like, where's the line? And Berkeley's like, it's over here. It's definitely not over there. It's definitely not over there. Thank you, Berkeley, for letting us know that it's not over there. For instance, 2 years ago, the city of Berkeley unanimously voted to change the name of manholes to gender-neutral maintenance holes. That was us, baby. That was us. You're welcome, society. Gender-neutral maintenance holes. Take notes. You thought you were cool because there were neutral restroom signs? We brought equality to the source, okay? That's Berkeley. We're different. Yeah. And nowadays, society thinks they're all cool because they're woke, right? But who do you think taught you that shit? Berkeley was woke before people were woke to woke, dude. Berkeley don't been woke. We woke up like this, you know? Yeah. And of course, Berkeley always receives the same critique. Oh, you guys embrace all points of view except conservative. That's not true. Berkeley has Republicans. They're just like different, you know? Our Republicans are like Alaskan Native Republicans, you know, or like trans Republicans. Like, hi, I'm a Berkeley Republican. I believe in low taxes, and I identify as ooh la la. That's pretty cool. We have computer science majors who are non-binary programming in binary code, okay? We are different. I told the guy I went to Berkeley, he's like, oh, you went to Berkeley, you must like safe spaces. That one hurt right here. Because like I do, you know, like, who doesn't like a safe space? I love safe spaces. Like I like my bed with no spikes, you know? I like to eat when no mountain lions are around. Who else? Who doesn't like safety? So I had to tell that guy, I was like, yo, dude, what you're doing is called negative association, which I actually learned in a Berkeley philosophy class. I was like, you're taking what you know about safe spaces and what you know about people who go to Berkeley, and you're linking the two under a logical fallacy. And you are wrong, my friend. Dropped my number 2 pencil, walked out of there. And he was like, whatever, pussy. And I went home. And I looked it up, and Berkeley did invent the safe space in 1968. Damn it! Why? How did this guy know? Berkeley had the first safe space in 1968 during the free speech movement. And you know what the purpose of that safe space was? The safe space was so that people could have an area where they could say whatever they wanted and be protected under the First Amendment. Does that sound like a pussy thing? Or is that the most badass American thing you ever heard, okay? So I was scrolling this list of Berkeley's inventions and crying, and I discovered that Berkeley invented some profound stuff that changed humanity that I'm now just gonna take some credit for, even though I had nothing to do with it. So here's Berkeley's list of badass pussy inventions, okay? Number 1, the flu vaccine. Was not invented at Berkeley, but the guy who invented it had his lab at Berkeley after inventing it, where he popped some champagne and did some experimental stuff that revolutionized the landscape of vaccine technology today. And I don't know if you guys, you know, pay attention to the news, but vaccines, pretty fucking popular right now. You know what I mean? And yeah, vaccines are kind of a pussy invention if you think about it. It's like, I don't want to get sick. Poke, you know? Yeah, so you're welcome for your parents still being alive. Or sorry, depending on how you feel about them. But Berkeley invented the wetsuit. Yeah, anybody here surf? Yeah, you're welcome for the warmth, pussy. Before us, people were just jumping in the water and dying of hypothermia. And then someone from Berkeley was like, oh, you don't like being chilly, do you? You probably want to put on some spandex so when you pee on your thigh, it gets warm. Like, gnarly, dude. Berkeley invented the world's first no-fault divorce law. Yeah. Before that, it was always your fault, divorce. People couldn't see their kids without giving up their left kidney. And then someone from Berkeley was like, oh, someone doesn't want to lose half their shit. And now, thanks to Berkeley, you can be friends with all your exes like Drake. Next invention, the atom bomb. No one ever claps for that for some reason. Guess we're in the wrong state. The atom bomb was invented by the Manhattan Project, which couldn't have been possible without two critical papers, one from University of Chicago and the other one from the University of Pussy, California, Berkeley. That was us. That was us. Of course the atom bomb is a pussy invention, right? It's like, hey country, I don't like you. Am I gonna fight? Nope, just gonna press this button. Boop. That was us, dude. And I get it, nobody's gonna go crazy for the atom bomb, but you do know the atom bomb is what makes America a fucking America, dude. Like, who remembers 2 years ago when we were about to go to World War III with Iran? Remember that? The good part of 2020, right at the beginning? We're like, if Trump says one more fucking thing, we're all gone. Does anybody remember right now with Russia and Ukraine? We're like, if Biden reads that teleprompter wrong, we're gone. Dude, the United States has been on the brink of World War III every year since 1945, but not one person in this room is scared. You've never flinched even once because you know we're fucking America, dude. Why? Because we're number one, bro. Why are you number one? Because we got the biggest, most powerful nuclear artillery in the world, brother. We got the longest, most phallic-looking warheads, dude. Ready to penetrate any thirsty country who wants some. And we got the biggest nuclear button, dude. Yeah. It's like 8 inches around.
That's exactly what it feels like most
It's hard
days.
as a math problem. Just like, press me, daddy, press me, daddy, press me. And you take those big old American fingers swooping down like a bald eagle, and boom! Giving the...
B-Cat. No apology necessary. You were a food and bev director that wasn't essential and ended up closing down. I know so many people who were in the restaurant industry, like the service industry, they were like out of jobs immediately almost. Yeah, no, absolutely devastating. Yeah, no, and it was a disaster too. It wasn't like we were getting paid more. You know, nobody was saying, "Oh, you're so essential. Here's 100% more pay. Here's 50%. Here's 10%." No, it was, "Thanks so much. Here's a mask. Good luck." So yeah, I started wearing a painting respirator to work just to throw it into people's faces. There was this one dude who would come in without masks and make us big fuss. He had like this Alex Jones like Info News InfoWars sticker on the back of his like 2006 Mustang, which is like one of the worst years for Mustangs. It's so ugly. And like I hated this guy. He would come in there with the worst fucking, he was like, you know, one of many, but this one sticks out in my mind because he was just such a walking fucking meme, okay? Like, you know what I mean? Like, he was exactly the same people. And I've been a Majority Report watcher. I found them around the same time I found TYT and some of the other networks that started popping up around that time, back in like 2015, 2014. So, you know, we've been making fun of these dudes forever, but he was so adamant and vocal about it. I was like, like I said, like I just started wearing a painting respirator to work just to throw it in people's like faces that are like that.
Oh, multiple nuclear.
Oh yeah, you could pick them out just like going down the street. Oh, there goes InfoWars guy.
Orgasms! And you get a climax, and you get a climax, and you get a climax, and you get a climax.
I think I just unintentionally edged you guys on that climax joke. So sorry.
Thanks to those fucking pussies at Berkeley. Turned America into a goddamn safe space. You're welcome for the vaccines, you pussies. Really, I've been called a pussy my whole life, growing up. Everybody would call me a pussy. And you know what? I like it. I fucking love being called a pussy, dude. Pussy is the best thing on the...
Everybody is like that down where you're from, BCat? Yeah, you live in the South. Yeah, you live in the nether, if you will. A Minecraft reference. And yeah, before moving to the Galactic space station, I lived in a Rust Belt, New York City that you wouldn't expect. When people say New York, they assume liberal bastion with, you know, just people running around in rainbow flags, walking down the street, whatever. You know, I'm trying to think of all the the stereotypes. I'm somehow messing that up, but you get what I'm saying here. It's not like that. It's genuinely not like that. I mean, granted, the district goes blue, but it's not a necessarily a liberal bastion. Hey, Looney Tunes, Louisiana. Yeah, I thought I knew that you were in Tennessee. I wasn't sure, and I also didn't want to necessarily, just throw
planet.
You out
It's
there.
the most sought-after resource known to humankind.
And don't get me wrong, it's a pretty liberal place, but there's definitely this very large group of people who are more what you would refer to as rural, and sometimes when you talk to them, you would think that you're in a different state.
Strong, it's durable, it's temperature modulated. It's the thing people have done the most extreme shit for that they should regret, but they don't because they did it for the pussy. You know what I'm saying? It's the source of all life. We all came from a pussy. It's technically a gender-neutral maintenance hole. We all slid out of pussy, man. It's the first thing you tasted when you entered this planet. Oh, swallow it. It's facts.
Like giant pride.
This is a clean joke.
For the city.
You're making it dirty in your head.
No,
That's
basically.
your bad.
But then there's the entire rest of the state. That's the thing that people don't realize. Like, it gets very hills have eyes the second that you go over the bridge and you start making your way, west, if you will. Like some sort of perverse Oregon Trail.
I love being called a pussy. You call me a pussy, I get wet, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I got a dry sense of humor. I'm a dry-ass pussy, okay? I'm a dap. Yeah, I'm pretty smart. I'm a smart-ass pussy. I'm a sap, okay? I'm a smart Lebanese-ass pussy. I'm a slap, you get me? I'm a proud-ass pussy who likes bagels. I'm a pap schmear. That's my last one. Read my labias. I'm pussy and proud. And if you got a problem with that, you can beat this pussy up. I just said pussy 50 times. Some of you are uncomfortable. I can sense it. You feel like that word's dirty or something like that. You always have male comics up here talking about their dicks. Why not just, flip it for a minute, right? Because it is the year of the tiger. And what is the tiger but the biggest pussy of them all? Nobody rolls up to a tiger like, hey, tiger, you're such a pussy. Tiger just maul your ass right there. Just give you whiplash. Pap, now you're pussy whipped. 2022 is the year of the pussy. It's my year. That's how the tiger sounds, right? I think that's how a tiger sounds. This guy's not laughing at all. Fuck that shit, man. Not liking these pussy jokes. Math jokes? Fuck that. We're not there yet, bro. Gotta go in order, my dog.
Somebody try that command.
Actually, I have gotten shit for this joke already. A woman in the audience one time was like, you're mansplaining pussy to us? First of all, you're assuming I identify as a man. I don't. I identify as ooh la la. Secondly, I would never pretend to understand what a woman goes through, but I'll tell you this much. You may have a pussy, but you've never been called one like I have, okay? This is my turn right now. Let me have my moment. Yeah, I'm a clean comic, by the way. This has all been clean material. I don't even say the word masturbation. I don't like the word masturbation. It just...
That's unfortunate. It looks like the YouTube emotes aren't properly integrated. Let me try that command again, just to double check it.
Sounds too formal.
Yeah, it's not integrated. Gonna have to remember.
I don't say masturbating. I say listening to Jack Johnson. Way better, dude. Way better. That's a dick joke by a pussy. Yes, I majored in applied mathematics. That's why I do stand-up comedy now, okay? Is that what you want to hear? Look, I'm not the best mathematician in the world. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing comedy. And I'm not the best comedian in the world, because otherwise I wouldn't be here. It's no slight to you. I just wouldn't be most places, if you think about it, statistically. Not the best mathematician. I'm not the best comedian. But if you take the weighted average, I'm the best fucking math comic out there, baby. Hey. I'm not going to make you laugh the hardest, and I'm not the quickest to solve problems. But if you set a maximization equation across both of those parameters, and you look at the curve, I'm the fucking apex, biatch. Yeah. And I assure you, I'm the only comedian with that punchline in history. I'm the fucking apex, biatch. Yeah. I say biatch. I don't say the B word anymore because I know people do find that offensive. I say biatch because it's clean. It's one letter away from biotech.
Good.
We're fine. That's science, biatch.
Did this edit properly?
So, math major turned comedian. I don't really know how I'm helping the world. I don't know what I'm supposed to do as a math major turned comedian other than share the gems that I think of in the middle of the night. Like this morning, I woke up in a cold sweat, like, oh my God, Pete Davidson was only 8 years old when Kim's sex tape came out. Back to sleep. You're welcome, society. Took a Berkeley degree to write that. When I studied math, I made sure not to go too deep into the math world. Because if you learn too much math, you can't talk to people anymore. So I had to cut myself off. So for instance, when I learned pi, I stopped myself at 10 digits. Yeah, because I actually discovered a formula when I was at Berkeley that for every extra digit of pi you learn, that's 1 year your virginity is delayed. So I had to cut myself off at 10. I can actually prove this theorem right now. I can prove it. You guys want a mathematical proof? We learned pi geometry sophomore year, when most of us are about 15 years old, hormones are raging. If you can't even learn a single digit of pi, you don't even remember that it starts with a 3 when you're 15 years old, it's because you're already having sex. That's the only possible reason. This guy knows what I'm talking about, okay? But the average person learns 3 digits.
Oh, I missed that message. Oh, you gotta remind Soul Life to subscribe. You absolutely need to remind Soul Life to subscribe. What the heck? Yeah, and I never see him. We're actually friends in Discord. But, you know, I assume he's got plenty of things going on. What I was gonna say is, because I read your message, we do all know the description for sure, and that's why I decided to just take it away entirely. Just leave it clean, Raptors up. Anybody who's in the know will know what to do. I appreciate that, BCat. No, I mean, yeah, absolutely, and I just don't want to like pressure him into doing stuff. I know he's mod on multiple channels. He's a full chat monster and is like just like us, constantly in multiple chats. So, you know, I just don't want to burden people who have responsibilities for streams that I enjoy. I think that's part of my problem. Is I'm not quite like I've certainly made mistakes in my life. I'm not quite Chidi Anagonye from The Good Place, but I do feel sometimes that I'm constantly weighing ethical decisions in my mind. It's like, I'm trying to do this thing, but do I shamelessly promote myself in a group of people who I respect, and you know, what are the effects of, you know, and I just start going down the line. Weird scattered brain today. Well, you should definitely tell him, and I would.
It's a pie. The
I would
average
tell him right
person
now if I didn't
knows
want to
it's
open up another window in Discord.
3.14. Congratulations, you're average. And what's your reward for being average? You get to lose your virginity at the average age of 18. Okay.
Do you use Discord?
You already noticed the
Mika?
linear trend here. We got 15
Actually, that's what I'm gonna do that while I'm
plus 3
sitting here
equals
doing
18,
Nightbot
right?
stuff.
I know you don't come
I'm
to
gonna
comedy
fix
shows
that.
to do math, but when you watch my set, you ain't got no fucking choice, okay? Now, if you're learning more than 3 digits of pi, you're losing your virginity in college. There's no way. There's no one at senior prom who's like 31415, like you're going home, bro. It's not happening tonight. If you learn more than 7, masters, okay? If you learn more than 10, PhD. I have a friend who knows 100 digits of pi, still a virgin, okay? Now, I learned 10 digits of pi like a badass, okay? So I lost my virginity at, plug it into the formula, 15 plus 10 equals
Bernie
20
Barbie.
fucking
Okay.
5, not 27, bro. 10 plus 15
Oh, I think you subscribed
is
to
25,
Twitch too,
my
didn't
friend.
you?
You added an extra 2. What kind of loser do you think I am, bro?
So you
25,
followed
not 27. 27, I'd be off my family's health insurance at that point, bro. I'm not an idiot. So I lost my virginity at, plug it into the formula, 15 plus 10 equals 20 fucking 5! Who's the pussy now? 25 is the best age to lose your virginity. I lost my virginity in a rental car that I rented myself, okay? You thought you were boss because you lost it in Mommy Civic. I declined insurance on a Hertz.
I know you've
biatch.
mentioned that you have
They
a lot of
cleaned up
different
the
accounts
mess.
all over the place doing things. I love this
I just
guy's
walked
face.
away like a champ.
This dude right here who looks like Mr. Plum from Clue, or whatever his name is. he's just hilarious looking. Looks like he wants to either sell me some chicken or teach me some math.
31415-92653. 31415-92653. It's actually a phone number in St. Louis. I text it every day, still no response. Isn't that crazy? Somebody in Missouri has the phone number pi. But they're in Missouri, so they have no idea. You wanted the math jokes, you're not even paying attention, man. What the fuck, dude? Just busting shit. I'm not a jukebox up here, dude. So yes, I'm a comedian now, and I recently got the most interesting compliment I've ever got in comedy. After a show, guy comes up to me, and he was drunk. I knew he was drunk because he was like angled backwards at like 35 degrees. And he just walked out to me, he's like, Carlin, Pryor, Chappelle, you're right up here with them, brother. And I was like, oh, that's so...
Wait, what's that? Oh my god, yes to, B-Cat. Sorry.
Awesome, thank you so much.
I
This was
decided
just a
to
15-minute
to
section. You
message
should come
Soul
see my
Life.
full hour. He's like,
Just
no,
because you
this was
said it,
enough, and then he
I-
walked away.
It was in my brain. I was like, you know what? Why? Why am I
That's
not
where I'm at in comedy right
telling
now.
Soul Life?
You're here for a special moment.
Oh, he's great. He's so good.
I am an American comedian. I'm Palestinian American. Thank you so much. I'm openly Palestinian.
Oh,
I
to
was
the Colonel
closeted for
Sanders
30
thing.
years, and then finally came out last year with the Hadids. Because they made Twitter a safe space. And I love safe spaces. Americans still don't know a lot about Palestinians, and I guess it makes sense because there hasn't been too many famous ones in history. And I guess the ones who are famous, people just don't know who they are. Famous Palestinians, Yasser Arafat and Jesus. Who are those guys? Oh, and DJ Khaled. DJ Khaled is ours. DJ Khaled is ours. Isn't that crazy? Those are the two most famous Palestinians in history. Jesus and DJ Khaled. They're very similar, Jesus and DJ Khaled, when you think about it. In fact, when they came out with the New Testament, they were like, another one. We the best, baby. Christians, we the best. People always ask me, what is it that the Palestinians want? And I'll tell you right now, it's very simple. They want the right of return to their homeland that many of them left circa 1948. It's called right of return. Those are the only 3 words you need to know. And there's one country blocking it from happening, and it happens to be the country we're in, the country that I love, the country that took my virginity, bless you, the country that my school protected with the nukes, is the one vetoing Palestine from being recognized and not having the right of return to their homeland. And it's hard to make jokes about this. It's conflicting. I put one on YouTube. I said, of course the United States is not going to support Palestinian right of return, because if we did, we'd suddenly owe Native Americans a country, right? Joke did about the same on YouTube.
Very true.
Of course, a lot of angry people commenting. One guy was fuming. He wrote in all caps. Either he was angry or his caps lock button was broken. I admit, could be either situation. Sees my right of return video and he comments, I hope you...
Soul Life does seem determined to be supportive of every streamer out there that's doing good things. I don't know where he finds all the time.
Go back to where you came from. I was like, this guy gets it.
I love that. I love that line.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Being Palestinian American, less of an identity, more of an identity crisis. My dad was born a few hours out of Jerusalem. My mom was born in Utah. So both places where Jesus got resurrected. Now, my great-grandma was born in Bethlehem. And I tell people this, they're like, oh, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania? I'm like, yeah, that's the one. She was Amish. She grew up in the Holy Land next to Scranton. She knew the 3 wise men from Dunder Mifflin. Come on! The birthplace of our Savior, Bethlehem, PA. No, everybody knows Bethlehem, birthplace of Jesus, the Savior of most people in this country. Yet if you ask most people in this country to point it out on a map, they're pointing to Pennsylvania. That's a problem. But it's not our fault. It's a very difficult geopolitical question. I had to look it up just for this joke. Yeah. My niece asked me over Christmas. My niece is 5 years old. She said, where's Jesus from? I was like, Bethlehem. Nailed it. Right? She was like, where's Bethlehem? I was like, oh,
yeah.
Shit. Here we go.
Yeah, I was in Lance's chat tonight. Why do you ask, Pika? Oh my god. There's a bunch of stuff that's coming. It's wow. Did Vosh come up in Lance's chat tonight? Oh, during the surfs? Like, not during Leftist Mafia? Did Vosh come up during the surfs? Trying to think. I don't think so, but I wasn't there the whole time. I was in NCC chat for a lot of it. Oh, what was I doing? Oh, yeah. But I was also like, I hate to do this in the middle of the set and make it not fun. Wait, Wait, who defended Bosch? Whoops, what happened here? I got to the end of my playlist. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to clarify that one for me, B-Cat. I'm still not getting it. Who it is that she refers to. This, who defended last week with Kalakasha? I have to. I feel like I have to look this up. Essentially, she said that we shouldn't get caught. We shouldn't get mad at people caught with Lolly. Kalakasha is the mod who defended him. Oh, wait. Kalakasha is a mod in the surf stream? I see. I see. I think I see what you're saying now. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, she's a mod for Lance. That makes sense. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to hear that you haven't seen her, because most all it seems like all leftist chats that I am frequenting in, nobody is a fan of Vosh, and certainly nobody aside from certain Benjamin seems to be trying to defend that kind of stuff. And I think we know which Benjamin I'm talking about in a certain Vanguard chat. Who I wouldn't mind some Benjamin Vosh defending money if I'm being perfectly honest. But you know what? I think I can manage without it. Exactly. He's become not a legend, but what's the other word? It's like a pariah, or I mean, yeah, that's the word, but that's not the one I'm looking for. Like, that's definitely a word that describes him. But why can't I think of this? This is gonna break me, so I am going to do this. I feel like I do this on stream way too much. I look up words and things like that. I'm like, all right, let's get into some semantics right now. Oh God, I've got a problem. Well, this isn't actually. So why is this not helping? This should be helping. You totally understand? I mean, for me, I feel there's a sense of catharsis when I find the word that I'm looking for. That after the fact, truly, there's I feel much better than I did before. However, I am struggling right now to actually find what I'm looking for. Alright, I'm going to leave this up so that, so that I continue looking for this later. I'm not going to spend any more time on trying to fix this injustice happening in my brain that doesn't actually exist, because there's other things to look at. And while I was enjoying the comedy of Sammy Obeid, there are some things that have come up while I haven't been paying attention to the news. Oh, and actually, there's one thing that I didn't even watch that I wanted to watch. And hopefully... Actually, I don't... This is the other thing I haven't been doing, chat, and tell me if you think this is wrong of me or right of me, like in terms of thinking, but I haven't been watching any other leftists' YouTube channels on my stream. Not because I don't support them, of course, but because of the fact that I don't want to, without having spoken to them ahead of time, be using their content. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I was actually considering like messaging certain people in Discords last night, but I was too tired. But it's, you know, something, it's like an ethical question that I'm trying to grapple with right now. Not really grapple with, just haven't really had the time to deal with. But we're about to watch something that I don't know if you guys have seen yet. It's another great, what do you call it? And by great, I mean not great. I hope we're not, wait, where's this music coming from? Oh, is it from, oh. Really? These guys have music for this live stream? Why would they do this? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, exactly, BCat, and I'm glad that you agree with me on that, because that was my only reservation about it, because obviously I'm supporting them, and I wouldn't be watching it to like criticize them, but it's their content and it's their livelihoods that, or and at least, you know what I mean, it's their intellectual property, and I don't want to step over any bounds. But yeah, this next video we're about to watch is entitled Nassau County Announces Ban on Transgender Athletes Competing at County-Run Facilities. Just let that sink in for a second while I get this up. Absolutely, it's a courtesy, BCat, and it's one that I'm trying to abide by. Even though there's so much stuff, like I just looked at a Mark Lamont Hill video that I really wanted to watch, and I know that you're a fan too, and I was like, oh, we could watch this. But I will suppress my desire to do that. Yeah, so this is happening. Nassau County. And I would point out to everybody that Nassau County, and it's funny that we were just talking about this before, not like what, 10 minutes ago, that New York is not one big gay pride parade. Okay, Nassau County is in New York. So let's enjoy this. And in fact, I believe during this, because I clicked through it real quick while we were talking, I believe there's about to be some activists, although I could be entirely wrong, rushing the stage. That was what it looked like to me, but I didn't have time to listen to it, so there's no way to know for sure. We're about to find out though. So, oh, I gotta switch Sorry. Why do they have music going? Or maybe they don't. No, this isn't going to be transgender activist, I don't think. Or maybe it will. But I think it's going to be... Yeah, no, these are just puppets. This is unfortunate. These kids are being paraded around. Oh my god. I was hoping I did not skim slow enough. I should have skimmed harder. I did not even read the signs. This is going to be oh god. This is going to be hard to watch. Why are they playing music? How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet that this music they're playing underneath this is going to copyright strike me? Like, I bet it's an intentional copyright striker. It's okay. We already listened to some stuff that may very well just get me copyright struck anyway, so I'm just gonna power through this for the hopefully the right reasons. Yeah, it's super gross, BCat. It's super gross. And I'm trying to fast forward so I don't have to keep looking at it. So I wish they would just. There we go. Let's see what these idiots have to say.
Malaysia. Kim Russell, Independent Women's Forum Ambassador. Pat Pizzarelli, Nassau County Section 8 Athletics Coordinator. We have representatives from Nassau Community College, Mayor of Glen Cove, Pam Panzenbach, Glen Cove City Council Member Grady Farnan, and if I missed anybody, I apologize. And of course, we have all our female athletes that are here today that have joined with us. Thank you so much for attending with each and every one of us for this announcement. So, for those of you not familiar with Nassau County, we are larger than 10 states in population. We have approximately 1.5 million people who reside here in Nassau County. They're from every race, every religion, and every ethnic group. And we celebrate the fact that we have a very diverse county. That includes being accepting of all lifestyles here in Nassau County. Our county has residents who are kind, generous, and accepting, and we are very, very proud of our record on these issues. It's very important to me as county executive that we set a tone and tenor of respect for all people. However, what we are finding out in the last few months is that there is a movement for biological males to bully their way into competing in sports or leagues.
Wow, the framing of this is...
or teams that identify themselves or advertise themselves as girls or female or women's teams or leagues.
Like, I think it's obvious, but I'm just going to say it for the sake of the video. The use of the word bully, you know, is pretty obvious that it's supposed to incite fear and to bring certain images to mind, when that's not at all the case when you look at it. And it's pretty sick and gross. Yeah, BCat. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with that statement, you know? I am not going to disagree with that statement because you know, like, and hopefully the thing is, and actually I'm going to disagree with myself just slightly on that because hopefully, because I know that you were raised in a slightly right-wing-ish household, hopefully they have a realization later on in life that allows them to think more clearly and to break out of that paradigm, and they can stop being pawns for people who just want to disempower the disenfranchised already. Anyways, we're gonna try and power through this because this is bullshit. But I just saw it and it came out today, and I know that the Majority Report usually waits like a day to cover stuff, so I figured we might as well watch this. Although I missed the most of the show today, which is maybe pretty sad. Although I did fall asleep until 8 in the morning, so.
We find that unacceptable. It's a form of bullying. Biological males, whether they identify themselves as transgender or not, have sports outlets here in Nassau County where they can compete, and we encourage them to compete. There are 3 categories in Nassau County for sports, leagues, and teams that use our facilities, our parks, our beaches, our ball fields, tennis courts, basketball courts, hockey fields, soccer fields. And basically, there are 3 categories. There are men's and boys leagues, there are women's and girls leagues, and there are co-ed leagues. And what we are saying here today with our executive order is that if a league or team identifies themselves or advertises themselves to be a girls' or women's league or team, then biological males should not be competing in those leagues. They can compete.
Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, that's enough. We've heard enough of this. It's just gonna be it's gonna be this guy saying a bunch of things and the half dozen people they've brought with them to help make them seem like they've got overwhelming support in the state of New York while doing something like this. Absolutely appalling, and so sorry to subject you all to that. You're an exception because you're an exception among women, not just among those around you. At least that's my estimation. There weren't any conversations around LGBTQIA when you were growing up either, nor the internet, so I imagine more kids will break free. And that's the hope, right? And hopefully this stream can play a small part in, well, actually, I'm saying that right now, but I'm intentionally branding this stream as adult content so that I can get a little bit more spicy with things. I honestly don't want to have to worry about having children in our community. And maybe some of my content may be clippable and usable for audiences that are, but I just would prefer to not have to consider that in terms of with Discord and other things like that. We'll be putting links in chat, so I just don't want to be you know what I mean? I don't want to run into any problems there. Just trying to think ahead, because I've run Discord before where we wound up with some kids, well, like a couple who were a couple years under 18, and it was against the rules, and it became a real problem, and it was a very awkward situation because we all liked him, but you know what I mean? It's just not something that I would like to. I'm just trying to avoid the awkwardness that will inevitably happen if something like that were to occur. Okay, what else? I had something else I was looking at. Where did I put it? I have so many windows open, it is insane. Oh, I think I dragged it over. That's what it was. Okay, there was something I definitely wanted to watch. Where'd it go? Hopefully I'll soon have a better organizational system and everything. I've just been updating all of my stream elements, if you will, and that's been taking up most of my time lately. That and being in YouTube chats. With all the issues with creators who do kids content and YouTubers in general with kids in their community, that 18 plus is a necessity in your opinion? Nah, I appreciate you supporting my decision there, BCAT. It felt like the right one. So, you know, I usually just make the decision and and hope it's the right one. Sometimes that's not the best strategy, but it is kind of mine. Oftentimes. Let's see here. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Distracted by your comments over here, which I appreciate more than you know. Let's watch this for some context. Everything we've been seeing lately. This should be interesting-ish. Just for context, this is Biden meeting with the wife of Navalny, Navalny's wife and daughter.
Less than 1 week after the death of Alexei Navalny, U.S. President Joe Biden has met with the family of the late outspoken Vladimir Putin critic. The meeting took place during Biden's visit to California and brought him face-to-face with Navalny's wife and daughter. The president offered his condolences and expressed admiration for his fight against corruption in his homeland. Biden also reinforced his plan to announce major sanctions on Russia for its role in the death of Navalny and for its ongoing aggression against Ukraine. The U.S., along with Canada and several Western nations, have imposed significant financial restrictions on Russia since 2022, but they have so far largely failed to act as a deterrent.
This morning I had the honor of meeting with Alexei Navalny's wife and daughter. As to state the obvious, he was a man of incredible courage, and it's amazing how his wife and daughter are emulating that. And we're going to be announcing the sanctions against Putin, who is responsible for his death, tomorrow. And but one thing that was made clear to me is that Yolanda is she's gonna continue to fight and have underway. So we're not letting up.
I'm just gonna go back a little bit. This image is stark to me, and I don't know if it says the same thing to you that it does to me. And I just want to make this 100% clear before I even say what I'm going to say. I absolutely support supporting this woman and giving her the support that is needed, right? Navalny was an important dissident in the Russian I want to call it situation. I guess we'll leave it with situation. But the phrase that comes to my mind, the phrase that came to my mind when I was looking at this is hugs for Russian dissidents, bombs for Palestinians. You know? Like, because Russian dissidents fit the narrative that the administration is trying to weave for us, but they're so inconsistent that this kind of stuff seems completely disingenuous or lacking any like equality of morals and ethics, right? Like, well, like why is it one standard for one group of people and a second standard for another group of people, right? Like, why is it that like we speak out against the oligarchy in Russia, right, and against the campaign that they're waging against the Ukrainian people, and yet the exact same sort of circumstances are happening somewhere else, and we decide to take a different side, and it makes it seem like there's zero principles. And that's the thing that I think hurts the most, as somebody who begrudgingly voted for Biden before leaving for this galactic space station of mine, and like am left feeling like that was such a, like, well, thing is, I don't want Trump to be president, and the fact that we keep being given these sort of choices to make is an insult to our intelligence as American citizens. I'm still a citizen, even though I live on a space station, by the way. No expat. Just a guy who can't do his thing outside of the space station. Alright, well, that was frustrating, to say the least. The thing is, that lady obviously deserves a hug. Her husband just fucking died, right? Like, let's be real. Wait, what is that? Hold on. Exactly. Also, Navalny was called Muslims. I think this is phrased somewhat in a strange way, but you're either saying that Navalny called Muslims cockroaches, so you can imagine how Palestinians would feel about this. Wait, is Navalny Muslim, or did he call Muslims cockroaches? I think that threw me off. Of course, we don't want Trump, but Biden sucks. Yeah, exactly. And because of the two-party system that we have, and the lack of A, foresight, and B, courage of the Democratic Party, and their unwillingness to assess the people that are currently in power, because of the fact that it's, the DNC is something of a top-down hierarchical organization. He called Muslims cockroaches. Okay, I thought I'd actually heard something about that previously, and that's fucking wrong, right? Like, we can absolutely like condemn that without thinking about it twice, right? And that makes him a bad person, But in terms of what he represented for that country, like, and the thing is that I feel like that is its own Trump Biden type situation, right? The more that I'm learning about it, thanks to you, like, because if you have a choice in Russia, which is debatable, but like, if you're supposed to have a choice between him and Putin, I think you could probably easily say him. However, it's a complex scenario. I think it's easy to get confused when you're a person living in a Western framework, thinking in a Western sort of paradigm, if you will, and then also being a leftist and disagreeing with much of what the West, excuse me. The problem is left and West kind of mean the same thing in a way, but I think you get what I'm saying. You say that to highlight the contrast of treatment between Palestinians and his widow. Yeah. And I think that that's really that was the main point of that, of me watching that. And so I'm glad that that came through because really it's about American foreign policy, right? And what it is that Biden is doing. What is he projecting for us, right, to the world? And these are the questions that we need to be asking. It was what we were asking ourselves when Trump was president. I remember it not every single day, but pretty much every single day. And from people that I know that don't live in America, you know, and in leftist chats and MR and all these other places, we were all very critical of Trump's foreign policy, and we were talking about how the world was laughing at us. And you know, now it doesn't. The thing is, the world isn't laughing at us. The world is cringing at us, right? Like that's where we're at. Like I don't know if I want laughs or cringes. Yeah, exactly. 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 Context, BCAT. You know? Navalny doesn't deserve uh, praise from us, right? But he didn't deserve to be murdered. And the fact is, like, his murder is a blatant well, it's a blatant crime, obviously, but the thing that we talk about all the time is democracy, right? And the state of democracy. And that in itself is a big, you know, horrible red flag. Not that, you know, Russia isn't littered with red flags, but there's this sense right now that I have of things going on that really concerns me when I look at all of the different things that have been happening from the global south over to you know, like in, you know, southern Asia and in Eastern Europe and obviously in Middle East, I mean Africa, like literally everywhere there is something going on. And the number of like leaders who have like died recently, like Nigeria, in Haiti, in is the leader Haiti killed? I think he was, or he was like kidnapped. Some shit went down. I'm trying to remember how that went down, but it was like there's a list of them, and I would have to take more time right now to actually give you something more comprehensive. But I feel like I just came up with a couple of examples very quickly, and I know there's more. And it's just the state of the world is really very concerning. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, that transgender athlete banning conference that they had only happened 6 hours ago, so the majority report wouldn't have been able to cover that. I kind of want to see what's up with this.
I think we can just talk about.
Oh my god.
The photos. Do we want to just admit them?
Oh my god. This video is intensely long.
So that they're already in evidence?
We're definitely not going to watch this whole thing. But this is the courtroom video from the trial of the set weapons expert of the movie Rust, where Alec Baldwin wound up shooting to death a fellow actor who was in a scene. Pretty sure most of you are familiar with this. I just want to see what's going on with this. I thought this was going to be like a more concise video. I'm actually questioning whether I watch this because this is a lot, and I'm not even up to date on this thing. Is there a more wrapped up version of this? I don't have 8.5 hours to kill on this stream right now. Good God. That's intense. All right, no, we're not. I'm gonna have to look over that later. We'll do that a different time. That is intense. Feels like the chicken's coming home to roost. Which chickens, B-Cat? I feel like we could be talking about multiple different kinds of chickens. Oh my God. Oh my God, breaking news.
After weeks of
Breaking news. This is what I was just talking about yesterday. And I guess me saying it must have made it happen, right, chat? What do you think? Last night Israel, tonight the trans athlete ban. What, you're saying that I'm breaking important news here on the Galactic News Network? Well, I gotta say, it sounds like I'm doing my job correctly. Wasn't she a director or producer? I could be wrong. She was the woman who's currently on trial. Because there was already a thing going on with Alec Baldwin, if I recall correctly. Or maybe it was a civil trial, I think, in that case. I can't remember. Or at least there was like an investigation. I think there was an investigation. I don't think he was actually put on trial yet. I think there was talk about it. But she was the one who was in charge of weapons on set, right? Most film shoots with legitimate budgets, if you have firearms on the set, actually, if I'm not mistaken, there's like a law that you need somebody on set with firearms and explosives training, and I believe certification, legally speaking, if you're going to be using blanks and like shooting at people and stuff like that. So that was her job. She was, I believe, her technical term was like an armorer or set weapons director, and the gun did not do what it was supposed to do. A woman died, and to me, it seems like it's her fault. This has been my take from the very beginning of it. It seems to me like it's her fucking fault. Like, I don't know very many details of it, but if you're the one who's in charge of making sure guns aren't loaded with bullets and I think what actually happened is not bullets. It was the blanks were overloaded with gunpowder, and therefore propelled the blanks with a much greater force than they were supposed to. Therefore, it actually injured her enough to kill her. Oh, the woman who was killed. You mean the woman who was killed? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Yeah, and I don't think she was union at all. I believe she ran like a private company or something and was not part of any of like SAG or anything like that. But yeah, I need to look into it further, which is why I don't want to watch that courtroom trial without any preparation. I just saw it and clicked because I thought it was going to be a wrap up of the trial, not like a, hey, do you have a half a day? Well, here you go. But this is a video entitled Mideast Ceasefire Efforts Gain Steam as U.S. Envoy Visits. And if you remember yesterday's stream, we broke that, and I mean broke is broke is a very operative term right now, not necessarily legit, but point being, very shortly after it happened, we found a video showing the Likud in Israeli parliament voting on taking the stance of a one-state solution. And I believe I said negotiations don't start until the U.S. shows up, and that's the most cynical but real take that I can give to that effect. It wasn't verbatim, but Well, here we go. 24 hours later, almost exactly.
International mediators appear to be making progress in efforts to broker a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. The White House has sent a senior envoy to the region, and it says that his talks with Israeli leaders have been going well. At the same time, international mediators say they see new and encouraging signs of flexibility from the warring parties. Now, this diplomacy comes ahead of an expected summit this weekend in Paris. That's where the international mediators, including the U.S., Egypt, Qatar, are expected to present some new proposals. Israel has agreed to send a high-level delegation to participate in these talks. Now, this is not a guarantee of success. There are still wide gaps between the sides, but they do appear to have an interest in reaching a deal ahead of the upcoming Muslim holy month of Ramadan, which begins on March 10th. That's a particularly sensitive time, and both sides appear to want to calm things down before then. In the meantime...
I'm sorry, but that is one of the most heartbreaking sentences. I totally forgot about it because I'm not a Muslim, but holy fuck. Everybody in chat, I just want you to think to yourself for a moment. We're going to finish this video in a second. It's only 30 seconds left, but just think for yourself for a moment. Whatever it is, whatever your favorite holiday is, you know, Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, New Year's Eve, Easter, you know, July 4th, whatever it might be, you know, your birthday. Think about any of these things that mean a lot to you. And then consider the images of Palestine that you've seen on this stream very recently, tonight. And attempt to imagine doing that favorite yearly event of yours in that place with no water, with no electricity, gasoline, even batteries, food, and imagine just how much fun that would be for you. Scale of 1 to 10. Yeah, that's the thing. Even if a ceasefire were to come, right? Just imagine it right now. Even if a ceasefire were to come, how hard would it be for you to try and celebrate like a religious holiday or whatever it is? I mean, granted, none of me personally, I'm not a religious man, and I'm pretty sure most people who are watching this aren't. But if you can put yourself in that place and think about what it is, you know, that Ramadan means to the Muslim people, to the Palestinians, and yeah, like I'm honestly encouraged by this video. Sorry, I didn't even do that.
There was heavy fighting in Gaza. Over 70 people have been.
Keep doing this. Like, and you know, like I'm optimistic. This makes me feel optimistic, but it's funny. Like in that moment of optimism, I started trying to think about what it would be like as a Palestinian to hear something like this, and it almost made me, you know, kind of well up over here.
There was heavy fighting in Gaza. Over 70 people have been killed in a 24-hour period. And in the West Bank, a deadly shooting. Palestinian gunmen attacking traffic outside of Jerusalem. One Israeli was killed. Several were wounded. This is just another reminder of how the war in Gaza risks spreading across the region and of those escalating tensions ahead of Ramadan.
Well, at the hearings in The Hague, Ireland's Attorney General told the court that Israel has exceeded the limits of self-defense following the October 7th attack.
Yeah, I say we watch some more Al Jazeera here. I like the title of this video. Well, this should be interesting. You have a very close Palestinian American friend whose parents moved in the 60s to raise their family. And his mom was in the West Bank on 10/7. Oh my God. I hope she's okay. I hope that she's made it to safety. Or is at least, you know, doing okay. That is rough. I'm sure that you have a perspective that a lot of people don't get. All right, let's try and watch this.
At the hearings in The Hague, Ireland's Attorney General told the court that Israel has exceeded the limits of self-defense following the October 7th attack.
International law limits the use of force in self-defense to no more than what is necessary and proportionate. Ireland's view is that these limits have been exceeded by Israel in its military response to the Hamas attack. This is manifest from the spiralling death toll, the extensive destruction of property, including homes throughout Gaza, the displacement of up to 2 million people, and the ensuing humanitarian catastrophe. Ireland has repeatedly called for a ceasefire, and we are dismayed by the implications that these latest hostilities in Gaza.
Wait, what are you saying? The IDF is already there? Like in the West Bank? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Israeli security forces have certainly been in the West Bank indefinitely for decades. I'm glad to hear that she's here, though, and safe. Although Palestinian Americans right now are, you know, not necessarily 100% safe, just as a function of being Palestinian Americans or Palestinians in America. Oh, she is a Palestinian American. Good God. When will the madness stop?
May have for the prospect of resolving the wider Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
Iran's representative listed a series of measures that he says constitute Israel's ongoing violations.
1. Prolonged occupation. 2. Altering demographic composition in the occupied territories. 3. Altering the character and status of the holy city of Al-Quds. 4. Discriminatory measures. And 5. Violation of the right of Palestinian people to permanent sovereignty over their natural resources. The prolonged occupation by Israeli occupying regime confirms its intention to make it permanent, in violation of the principle of prohibition of acquisition of the territory by force. The occupation of Palestinian territories is the longest military occupation existing today. The right to self-determination of Palestinian people continues to.
It's such an embarrassment to the international community and everything that the UN is supposed to stand for, NATO and all of this, things that America was integral in building. And it just feels like we're undoing all of that supposed goodwill. I know that there have been plenty of negative things that have been done, and this is one of the examples of that. But it just, as an American, is the most frustrating thing ever, because we're supposed to be in favor of some of this stuff, and yet it's being completely just ignored to no real purpose, it feels like. Because, I mean, the thing about it is, and we're always talking about how Israel is sort of like an American base in the Middle East. The fact is, America has 1,000 military bases. And we have more military bases by a factor of, I think it's like something like 50 to 1 to anybody else. I think it might even be higher than that, but I'd have to do some more research, so don't quote me on that.
As long as this occupation ages, this ongoing violation towards Palestinians' ability to rely on a state-based rights and obligation under international law, depriving them of their inalienable right to self-determination, including the right to live in freedom, justice, and dignity.
Well, China's representative told judges at that court that Israel's practices severely undermine the rights of the Palestinian people.
Palestinian-Israeli conflict stems from Israel's prolonged occupation of Palestinian territory and Israel's long-standing oppression of the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people fight against Israeli oppression and their struggle for completing establishment of an independent state on the occupied territory are essentially just actions for restoring their legitimate rights. The right to self-determination served as precise legal foundation for their struggle.
Exactly. You hear me, Cat? Well, I see you, and I appreciate you more than you know.
Self-determination only applies to two scenarios, namely, peoples under colonial domination or foreign occupation. Under no circumstances does the right to self-determination offer any basis for any part or group within the sovereign state to claim a so-called right to secession.
Well, let's discuss all of this with Marwan Bashara, Al Jazeera's senior political analyst.
Yes, let's
Marwan,
discuss
just a couple
this,
of hours ago, we were talking about the seeming growth of anti-Western sentiment. Do you think that as this conflict continues, we're going to see more and more of that in various fora?
Well, thankfully, there are outliers. We've heard earlier some of the Western nations like Ireland, like Spain, like Belgium, are sort of, taking a different directions. The likes of France and others are changing a bit their position. So we see.
This isn't going to be a comment on this, and I'm probably going to rewind it real quick so I can refine my place and my thought process here on this conversation. But I just had a thought. Well, not a thought, but a thought that I've already had and just wanted to relay to you because we've been talking about it in chat and on stream here for a while. And in regards to what we've been going on about with leftist community and stuff, like I really want this place to be a place where people can come and like hang out when our favorite streams aren't happening, right? And I've genuinely been considering like just leaving the stream running like 24 hours a day. As like almost like a place where we can just relax but also be keeping up with the news of the day, working together to try and do the right things here, keep ourselves informed about what's happening in the world so that we can hopefully make a difference in some way.
Norway.
Okay.
So we see a certain change.
30 seconds.
Do you think that as this conflict continues, we're going to see more and more of that in various fora?
Well, thankfully, there are outliers. We've heard earlier some of the Western nations like Ireland, like Spain, like Belgium, are sort of, taking a different directions. The likes of France and others are changing a bit their position. So we see Norway. Yeah. So we see a certain change happening slowly but surely. And I think as we enter, we've entered the 5th month of war in Gaza, I think there's more and more pressure towards that, because let's all remember that the ICJ is looking at now two issues at the same time. Yeah. One is genocide in Gaza, and the other, the illegal occupation of the Palestinian territories, the occupied Palestinian territories. So in a sense, you could say that Palestine is back center stage at the international arena. And I think the Western nation needs to start taking a position. And clearly, some of them, especially the ones led by the United States, are becoming ever more isolated.
Well, it was interesting to see that a large number of countries, especially today, came out and pushed back on the US submission that any kind of an advisory opinion from the court could affect peace negotiations. I mean, Jordan was very explicit and said there was legal precedent against that.
Absolutely. I think that's a very important observation, because you get the sense that without being mentioned, it's like as if America is the elephant in the room, right?
Oh, my God. Wait, what's hopeful, BCAT? Soul Life would be my best friend. Soul Life is already basically my, well, he's like my internet best friend. I have a real life best friend, of course, but I honestly, I know we've never met, none of us have ever met, but we do. It does feel like we have some kind of a bond, even if it's a chat bond. And I'm not sure what you were relating to with that hopeful comment. It was a good place for me to stop because I was thinking out loud, or I wanted to think out loud about this a little bit because I kind of switched trains of thought, but the it's interesting, and I think it's illuminating what I was talking about just previously with that video that we were watching on the U.S. envoys showing up to Israel to talk about negotiations and making it clear that that's what they're there to do, right? Because nothing like that, especially with the way that the media is working, that was an AP video, and they're basically, they might as well be CNN. Like, they're not going to say stuff that the State Department doesn't want them to say, effectively, right? Certainly nothing even close to edgy or like crossing any lines. So, you know, like what he's saying here, right? Sorry, what's his name? Marwan. It does, like, what they're both saying, because it's obviously a conversation that's being had here. But the fact is that you have countries accusing United States essentially of violating the law and of this whole situation being completely illegal. Countries that are supposed to be our allies, and I think that pressure is absolutely starting to mount against us. Well, us is the wrong phrase. Us, we don't want this to be happening, but our government are the ones supporting it, and therefore, fortunately, that's the right pronoun to use. Anyway, let's get back to listening to this great conversation here that's being had.
Kind of an advisory opinion from the court could affect peace negotiations. I mean, Jordan was very explicit and said there was legal precedent against that.
Absolutely. I think that's a very important observation because you get the sense that without being mentioned, it's like as if America is the elephant in the room, right? And since Israel did not speak, Israel is absent, but its occupation is present in The Hague. And it seems like America is representing Israel in The Hague, right? As usual. But be that as it may, the arguments by several other countries, actually most of the 30 countries that we've heard at The Hague, are basically telling the United States, what the hell are you talking about? First of all, why should the legal opinion of the highest court of the land be any problem for resolving a conflict that's been going on for 75 years? For resolving an occupation, an illegal occupation, for resolving an aggression, for ending an aggression against the people. So in a sense, you could say that I think the way now increasingly Palestine is being viewed in the international public opinion and increasingly in legal forms as such, and at the United Nations General Assembly, and in fact even by the majority of the United Nations Security Council, all come together to show us that Palestine is important, Palestine is indispensable, the occupation of Palestine must be resolved, otherwise we're going to be seeing more Gazas.
Well, what we will eventually hear from the court is
and you know what? There's a video
an
that I
advisory
didn't even
opinion
watch the other day. I think it's just because I had a bunch of stuff that I was trying to watch, and wound up rewatching some of it because I did the same thing with my mic yesterday too. It's kind of one of the things that happens to me a lot. Usually, I'm used to having chat. Unfortunately, since I stopped streaming, I've lost some of my regular following, and usually I'm used to having some fellow chat monsters to to remind me that my mic is off, because whenever my mouth is moving, you should be hearing words, or at least some kind of a sound. But there was this video I was gonna watch of another attack on Lebanon by Israel, right? And you know, when will it stop? If we don't start trying to stop it now, like, will they continue east, and will they continue south into Egypt, into Jordan, into Syria? Where else? What is Israel's land? You know? Because it just seems like they're just in a mode of expansionism, right? And I feel like we should all be concerned about that kind of stuff. The same way we were concerned about Ukraine. Although I would point this out, which has bothered me for quite a while. And this isn't directed at anyone but really the mainstream media. But Ukraine, I almost called it the Ukraine, which is such an antiquated way of saying it. But Ukraine was invaded first 8 years ago. Almost 9 years ago, I think now. Almost to the day. I'm trying to think. I think it's nearly 9 years now when they were first invaded. And the mainstream media, much of it barely registered for them. I mean, they talked about it, and then they completely started just erasing it from anything important. But it didn't end. What happened is Russia took an entire part of Ukraine, called it theirs, and the international community kind of just said, fuck it. That's not that good of a part anyway. Might as well keep it, even though it's an incredibly important strategic landmass because of its location. And, you know, I hate trying to call out hypocrisy of the mainstream media because it's this never-ending cycle, but it seems like the only thing we can do, even if many people don't seem to care about hypocrisies anymore. I'm going to continue until I run out of breath.
UN General Assembly, right? It's non-binding. What does it matter?
I tell you, what it matters on at least two important fronts. One, that one we just mentioned, the court of public opinion. I think it's important as the Palestinian cause gains more and more support, solidarity, activism, and so on and so forth around the world, as more and more social groups, pro-justice groups, anti-racism groups, all coalesce around the Palestinian questions. I think that eventually will start putting more and more pressures at governments. But I think more importantly is some of the things we've been hearing from the Irish notably, is the fact that once the court says this is an illegal occupation and it has ramifications, the likes of the European Union would have to take stricter measures in terms of economic and other cooperation with Israel.
So it could lead to further action. Marwan, before I let...
The fact that this is somehow being normalized, not by them, but like by many people out there, is insane. I mean, the way that they're driving these tanks around, it looks like they're just there to demolish just any building that they see. And there's no precision, like they keep claiming to be the arbiters of.
Hugo, I want to check because if my calendar's right, it's been a month.
Yes.
And the ICJ has required Israel to report back on the other case that you mentioned in terms of whether or not genocide is taking place in Gaza, and Israel had to do a number of things and they needed to report back. That's coming up next week.
Yes, Monday, I think. And clearly, Israel has been doing almost the opposite of everything the ICJ has asked. We've heard, for example, yesterday that it's almost like, create a paper trail. So you would have some Israeli leader say, we mustn't do this and that, right? It's almost as if it's meant for the ICJ. But in fact, Israel in practice have done everything and the opposite. I'm not sure if they will make any testimony next week, but certainly Israel is isolated in the ICJ. It's isolated in the UN Security Council. It's isolated in the international arena. Basically, the only one supporting the United States effectively today is the United States, but the United States is becoming more isolated in the international arena.
Yeah, interesting dynamics. Mama Bashara, Al Jazeera senior political analyst. Great to talk to you this news hour. Thanks for joining us.
Well, we can only be hopeful that the pressure on the United States is starting to have some kind of an effect. What is this?
I never really thought.
I actually haven't seen this, so if you guys don't mind, I think we're gonna watch this right now, and it's an Al Jazeera Plus. I'm honestly a huge fan of Al Jazeera Plus. I've been a subscriber for so long, like since back when Franny was a reporter there. I don't even know how long ago that was now. Okay, but yeah, let's watch this little docu that they put together called "How the U.S. Media Protects Israel." Okay, Biden, say words. Absolutely, BCat. No, you take you take whatever time you need to rest. Okay, don't worry about me. But you are not only welcomed here, you are wanted here. So I hope to see you in here soon, and I'm sure I'll see you in MR chat tomorrow morning if I manage to wake up on time. So you sleep well.
That I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children.
Babies and toddlers were found with their heads decapitated.
What separates Israel, the United States, and other democracies is our respect for international law.
There's no occupation in Gaza.
Oh, yes, there is. Absolutely. Absolutely, there is.
I don't think there's any way Israel can be expected to coexist or find some diplomatic off-ramp with these savages.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. A full-scale Israeli ground offensive would likely lead to large-scale casualties.
They are terrorists. Civilians as human shield.
Accept the right of Israel to exist.
Whoever strikes Israel will strike back.
Does that mean starve the Palestinian people? They have to be eradicated.
My view is one side is guilty, and it's not Israel.
The war is not just with Hamas. The war is with all the civilians.
We're in a religious war here.
Finish them. Finish them.
There is a hysteria in this country right now, characterized by a type of bloodlust and misinformation campaign we haven't seen since 2001. At the time of filming this, it has been 11 days since the October 7th Hamas attacks in southern Israel and the ensuing devastating Israeli response in Gaza, where Israeli bombardment has killed thousands of Palestinians, including over 1,000 children. The current death toll in Israel from the Hamas attacks stands at 1,400 Israelis. Over the course of just 6 days, Israel has dropped 6,000 bombs on Gaza. It has wiped out all generations of dozens of families. It has repeatedly bombed the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt, making it impossible for anyone, including dual nationals, to escape. Israel has also begun forcible displacement of over 1 million Palestinians under the guise of minimizing casualties. It's bombed Palestinians trying to evacuate through a so-called safe passage. And in the midst of all of this, Israel has also enforced a siege on Gazans, cutting off access to food, water, and electricity. It has killed several dozen Palestinians and arrested hundreds in the West Bank, where the Israeli state has distributed thousands of weapons to settlers, planning on arming thousands more. What Israel is doing in Gaza is, by every objective and humane measure, an atrocity. It is carrying out war crime after war crime, compounded by more war crimes, lending themselves to what many are calling an impending genocide of the Palestinian people, if not one already. And U.S. news media, lockstep with the Israeli state and the American political establishment, is giving them permission, a carte blanche to do it, that Israel has a right to defend itself and that Israel is right to defend itself, however it chooses. Welcome to a special episode of Backspace, where we look at how this story right now is being told in the headlines and how everyone's lost their goddamn minds. In the pilot episode of this series published during the 2021 Israeli assault on Gaza, we specifically looked at the type of language that is used in U.S. news media coverage that purposely obfuscates Israeli transgressions and the reality of the so-called conflict. That it is not a conflict, but rather an occupation where there is an occupier and an occupied.
It's not really an eviction, it's forced ethnic displacement, to be accurate, because an eviction implies legal authority, while the Israeli occupation has no legitimate jurisdiction over the eastern parts of occupied Jerusalem under international law.
The language hasn't changed. There are still equivocations made between the Palestinians and Israelis as though they're equal parties to a conflict, and there is still the complete removal of the context of decades of an occupation that is the source of all violence. But what I want to focus on is how at the core of U.S. news media coverage right now is a premise that is both loudly and silently agreed upon. That, as I mentioned earlier, Israel has a right to do what it's doing, and it is right to do what it's doing. It is that premise, that permission, that has for decades, and not just during the past 11 days, dehumanized Palestinians to the point where their lives are, at best, collateral damage, and at worst, necessary. And it is that premise, that permission, that protects Israel from any and all criticism.
Well, the fact of the matter is that Hamas uses civilians as human shield.
Yes.
Unlike Israel, we use our weapons to defend our population. They use the population to hide their weapons behind them.
So first we have to note that there are currently no American newsroom correspondents in Gaza because Israel closes access as soon as it launches an offensive. The correspondents we do have there, who are all Palestinians, are struggling to survive as much as all other Palestinians, risking their lives while struggling with access to food, water, and electricity.
We took very little stuff, bro. We took whatever we could.
Yumna, are you okay?
I'm okay, but the situation is extremely terrible.
Instead, we find dozens of U.S. reporters reporting from Tel Aviv. And that vantage point is reflected in the news. Reports from Gaza are limited, while the human stories from Israel are overwhelming the coverage despite the level of crisis and devastation in Gaza.
We need everyone to help us, please. I'm sorry, I'm so emotional.
So they took to social media asking for 10 people to come to the funeral. That's the number required for Jewish religious ceremonies. It's called a minyan. But this is what they got. 10,000 Israelis responded to share in the family's grief.
What we find in U.S. news coverage is the humanization of Israelis, which was never in question anyway, through the further dehumanization of Palestinians, which depends on the premise and permission of Israel's right to violence.
Can you explain Hamas is the elected government inside Gaza, what the relationship is in times like this between Hamas and the civilians, the people in these residential buildings who may be wanting to move to somewhere else?
And so we see celebrated journalists forego basic journalistic practices and ethics, like, for instance, giving full deference to Israeli officials and the Israeli military who are presented as sober and objective interlocutors to discuss their own policies of starvation, forcible displacement, and bombing.
We have called on Gazan civilians to vacate the northern part of the Gaza Strip out of a concern for their safety. And according to the reports that I have, many Gazans are indeed heeding that warning, despite the fact that Hamas is telling them not to.
We see journalists present unsubstantiated incendiary claims coming from Israeli state and military sources as factual, without any disclaimers. Consider CNN's Sarah Sidner, who was among many journalists to push the unsubstantiated story about Hamas fighters beheading 40 Israeli babies and toddlers, a claim that even Israel has refused to investigate.
The Israeli Prime Minister's spokesman just confirmed babies and toddlers were found with their heads decapitated.
And it was a claim that was used to push the Israeli propaganda campaign calling Hamas ISIS, a framing that has been used to justify the bombardment of Gazans.
Hamas is ISIS, and just as ISIS was crushed, so too will Hamas be crushed.
Because beheading babies, decapitated babies, spreads and catches on for a reason. It invokes ISIS, which encourages a specific justification and course of action. That needs to be seen in the context of the Israeli defense minister calling Gazans human animals. It needs to be seen in the context of decades of depictions of Arabs and Muslims as pathologically violent and barbaric.
Even if you get rid of Osama bin Laden tomorrow, you're going to have dozens and hundreds of Osama bin Ladens all over that part of the world.
And that's why 40 beheaded Israeli babies resonates so much deeper in an American media and political landscape than just stating the fact that several Israeli children had been killed. And it resonates so much deeper than the over 1,000 Palestinian children killed by Israeli bombs. Dead children are dead children, but U.S. coverage over the last 11 days has made it clear that they're not. Another example of what is essentially stenography for the Israeli military was this. That's NBC correspondent Richard Engel tweeting that the Israeli military had claimed that Hamas was behind the October 13th bombing of a so-called safe passage for Palestinians in the north to evacuate to the south following Israeli evacuation orders. 70 Palestinians were killed in that bombing, and the evidence we do have does indicate that it was from an Israeli airstrike. And then there was the October 17th bombing of the Al-Ahli Arab hospital in Gaza, which killed at least 500 Palestinians. While it was initially reported as an Israeli airstrike, Israeli officials and news channels started immediately pushing that the massacre had resulted from an Islamic Jihad rocket misfire.
Okay.
Immediately, most U.S. newsrooms began parroting this talking point without pushing back.
You mentioned IDF said that they are looking into the incident, that it could potentially have been
Sorry, folks,
a
I am
Hamas
back.
misfire, if you like, of a rocket.
So what's wrong?
I'm gonna pause this. I was listening the whole time. However, I was in the bathroom. Needed to take a quick break. But man, that was breaking my heart listening to that woman describe her plight, and this whole situation has been consuming not my entire brain, obviously. I've been managing to function. However, it just seems like every moment I can't continue going on every day, right, without thinking of the Palestinians and what they're going through and what I wish I could do from the Galactic space station. I wish there was more that I could do.
With Engel's tweet or Ward's report? Well, it's emblematic of, again, what's at the core of coverage of Israel, not only in this moment, but always. The words of Israeli officials and military are presented as simply matter of fact, undisputed, and thus truthful, trustworthy. And the Israeli military knows this, using the same deny, distract, diminish playbook every single time.
There is two sides. One side, the Israeli side,
who
wish and dream for peace, for optimism, for life, for dignity. And there is one side that cherish death, that cherish destruction, that brings destruction. Fundamentalism, extremist. You need to choose a side.
It is worth noting that MSNBC's Ralph Sanchez offered a rare instance in all this coverage of what reporting on this type of situation actually should look like.
There are instances in the past where the Israeli military has said things in the immediate aftermath of an incident that have turned out not to be true in the long run. And the one example I'll give you is that when the Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh was killed in the occupied West Bank, the Israeli military initially said that she was killed by Palestinian gunmen, and it was only months and months later that they admitted that it was likely an Israeli soldier who fired the fatal shot.
Now, while the number of Palestinians
is not the only example of it. And the fact is, all of the people, like we listened to the Rabbi Shmuley Finkelstein debate yesterday, and these people keep framing the situation like, oh my God, I had a point here. I had a point. try and stay with me while I manage to get it out of my brain. Like they continue to frame it. I gotta move back because I felt like that was part of my problem because this guy, they switched. They keep trying to say every time that Hamas figures are used, right? Like with the Palestinian Health Authority, which has a better record than Israel. We're expected to believe that, and it hurts me inside that there's people out there who hear that and believe it without actually looking at the facts of history or statistics. And the fact is, the IDF has been caught lying about figures of deaths and the what do you call it? Perpetrators of these acts have been wrong more often than the Palestinian Health Authority. So who are you going to believe? If you're a rational thinking person, you should be thinking to yourself, I'm going to believe the people with the better record, not the people who have a better marketing campaign. Whoops, what's happening?
Reporting on this type of situation actually should look like.
There are instances in the past where the Israeli military has said things in the immediate aftermath of an incident that have turned out not to be true in the long run. And the one example I'll give you is that when the Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh was killed in the occupied West Bank, the Israeli military initially said that she was killed by Palestinian gunmen, and it was only months and months later that they admitted that it was likely an Israeli soldier who fired the fatal shot.
Now, while the number of Palestinians killed in Israeli bombardment continues to rise at a striking rate, U.S. newsrooms haven't really given space to those demanding a ceasefire, a parallel to the position the United States government itself has taken. Here's CNN's Jake Tapper speaking with Nikki Finch-Them-Haley about concern for Palestinian civilian life.
Do you think the U.S., Israel, Egypt needs to be doing more to help these innocent Palestinian civilians get out of harm's way? Although you just heard Jake Sullivan say one of the problems is Hamas is keeping the civilians in Gaza. They don't want them to leave.
Throughout this segment, there is no mention of a ceasefire, which would certainly take civilians out of harm's way. Citing Biden's national security advisor Jake Sullivan, Tapper also places the onus on Hamas for what's happening in Gaza, not the country that controls Gaza and has been carpet bombing it. Because again, the premise is silently agreed upon. Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel is right to defend itself. But look, it goes well beyond this. Yeah, there's so much more. While people keep referencing this is Israel's 9/11, this is Israel's 9/11, what keeps being missed is that, yeah, it is a lot like 9/11. Specifically in the way the U.S. news media and its political establishment, choking on the fog of war, absolutely lost their minds, cultivated one of the worst periods of mass hysterical racism, and gallivanted into two of the bloodiest wars of the past century, leading to complete destabilization of entire regions and millions dead. We have editorials from leading papers calling to stand with Israel against war crimes as it carries out horrific war crimes. We have op-eds by professors calling their students anti-Semitic and imploring employers not to hire them because they stand against the Israeli occupation, against apartheid. We have billionaire CEOs seeking to ruin the lives of students who wrote a letter akin to the Haaretz editorial blaming the Hamas attack on Benjamin Netanyahu. MSNBC removed its 3 Muslim anchors from the anchor chair. Reuters declines to even name Israel in its statements about the killing of one of its journalists, Issam Abdullah. The State Department has asked its diplomats to not use the terms ceasefire, de-escalation, and restoration of calm, an approach adopted by U.S. news media. President Joe Biden is taking talking points from Netanyahu and lying about confirming images of 40 decapitated Israeli babies. Marches in solidarity with Palestinians against the Israeli bombings and siege and occupation are being called pro-Hamas rallies. The FBI and ICE are visiting Muslims and Palestinians at their homes, at mosques. And before the Israeli government began pushing the Al-Ahli Arab hospital bombing as a result of rocket misfire, the Pentagon supported and justified a hospital as a legitimate target.
It should be very clear that Hamas is the one putting Palestinians or those in Gaza at great risk. I mean, they are putting their command and control units inside hospitals, inside areas where there are innocent civilians.
Zero evidence for that so far, but okay. Well, I take that back. What was it, 3 they found, even though the actual video of finding it felt incredibly staged and lacked any context coming up for it. But was it 3 Kalashnikovs, I believe, and calendar? So I mean, calendars are incredibly nefarious, so that might be where we're kind of like I've never personally thought of it, but now that I'm thinking about it, calendars do have a sort of an evil vibe to them. That's probably what we should be most concerned about. And schedules are also pretty nefarious and have intents that we should question. Why are we keeping track of time so diligently? I don't know. It's a weird choice. All right. Finish this here. By the way, I don't know if anybody in chat is awake right now, but I have been considering trying to make more comprehensive content like this, and I hope that if I do start doing that, people will like it. I guess I'm just thinking out loud right now, but I really would like to be not just a guy who is on a space station talking live. I would also like to be making more serious stuff like this. It's just it is definitely a matter of effort and resources sometimes.
The United States isn't alone in this cravenous hysteria. Canada, the United Kingdom, France, and Germany have all joined in to give Israel a carte blanche while pushing their anti-Muslim, anti-Arab, and anti-Palestinian rhetoric and policies into overdrive.
We spoke about several demonstrations across Britain during which people voiced their backing for Hamas. We accept that this was poorly phrased and was a misleading description of the pro-Palestinian demonstrations.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do.
But do you condone what Hamas has done over the past 24 hours?
Listen, why is it the job of the occupied to come and condone or condemn or protect security of its occupier?
And so when a 6-year-old Palestinian American Muslim boy, Wadi al-Fayoum, is stabbed 26 times by his mother's landlord, who was concerned about the non-existent global day of jihad that made headlines across the country, who are we blaming? Are we blaming Hamas? Or are we blaming a media and political landscape that decided that the greatest lesson from the mass hysteria following 9/11 that led to some of the greatest civil and human rights violations in recent history was to repeat it? U.S. news media, long a stenographer for U.S. foreign policy, is once again washing its hands in blood while giving permission and protection to unrestricted Israeli violence against Palestinians. The coverage of the occupation has to change. The coverage of this current devastation has to change. Not changing it is complicity. Complicity in what we have allowed and are allowing to happen to the Palestinians.
That word complicity really does hit me hard. And the thing is, I'm making content like this right now that is very pro-Palestinian, but I still feel this complicity is the only word to use. As an American citizen, somebody who voted for Biden, somebody who may not have paid enough attention to the Palestinian conflict over my entire life, and Yeah, it feels like like there's so much more that I need to do.
You are not welcome here, genocide supporter.
It's in these moments that we're reminded here at Backspace why we do what we do. If you're interested in checking out more AJ Plus coverage on the occupation, on Palestine, check out our playlist. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon.
Okay. I really do love Al Jazeera. They're a fantastic news organization. How the threat of China was made in the US. First line. China's bad. Just for that, I almost want to watch this right now too. My God. And the fact is, like, I know there's definitely things that Al Jazeera fails to do that we should certainly criticize them for. But in the context of the Israeli Palestinian war that's going on, they're effectively the only news organization that has people on the ground, because I believe they still have people on the ground in Palestine risking their lives for all of this, right? And local Palestinian news organizations, obviously. Yeah, but it is just something else. Their content is very needed in this moment, and the fact is, I mean, yes, they are funded by the Qatari government, and I certainly do not forget that when I watch their channel. But you know, I find most of their content on this situation to be not only informative but necessary.
China's bad. The Chinese government is bad. Chinese culture is bad. Their culinary practices are bad. Their tech is bad. Their handling of COVID was bad. Their relationships with countries like Pakistan, Iran, and all of the African nations are bad. China is bad for American jobs. China is bad for manufacturing. China is bad for human rights. China is bad for starting viral pandemics. China is bad for global peace. China is bad for democracy. China is bad for freedom. China is bad. That sums up how we here in the United States see China. We see China near
100%.
exclusively through our assumptions, which are rooted in our values and our vision of what is good. And what's good for the world is us, right? Because for something to be presented as bad, then there must be something opposing it, which is good. So what's good? It's us. We may not actually use the word bad in our headlines, in our entertainment, but the insinuation is constant. China, for us, is this alien, rigid, suspect, and dangerous foreign land that threatens our influence in the world. And threatening our influence in the world threatens us. This imagining of China as a threat, as uncivilized, has been more than 100 years in the making. But what would a reimagining of China look like? What would that look like in our newsrooms and our media? Is that even possible? Welcome to Backspace, where we tell you how the story is told in our headlines, and then we think about how we can tell it differently. For the last decade, China's been the big, bad, scary, red communist specter on the horizon of America's influence in the world.
A lot of American jobs, millions, have been outsourced to communist China.
The president has held China accountable for covering up the China virus.
That framing that man just used. Where is he? This guy right here is the problem with America. Let's be real. You know, this sort of idea that communist China is the reason that American jobs got outsourced and not the decisions of corrupt politicians allowing American corporations to outsource jobs, but more importantly, the corporations themselves. Why is it that people insist on allowing the ruling class to go unchecked? Like, what is it about this guy right here that that makes him think like this? Is it that he's consumed Fox News his whole life? Is it that he was raised in some sort of, like cultish sort of environment? I don't know. CNN decided to interview him on the street, so according to, CNN seems to think he's just some normal guy. But this is the sort of thinking of an idiot.
Outsourced to communist China.
The president has held China accountable for covering up the China virus.
Wait a second. Wait a second. I thought it was the guy talking. What? I gotta go back and rewatch that. Was it the reporter?
For the last decade, China's been the big, bad, scary red communist specter on the horizon of America's influence in the world.
A lot of American jobs, millions, have been outsourced to communist China.
Oh my God. It was the reporter. I wasn't looking directly at the screen. I was checking chat when I was talking. And I just heard it. I didn't look. And that's my fault, chat. I'm glad I went back. That was a CNN reporter doing that. It's pathetic. It is pathetic. I used to have the belief at one point, and obviously it's changed over the years, but there was a time when I thought CNN was a reasonable news network that did journalism. But they've just become another editorial slush fund type of place that makes just garbage content. And it just makes me wish that I had the ability to do reporting on the ground myself and run a news network. Like, that's kind of what I'm trying to do. Obviously, I don't have the funds to put people on the ground and do actual journalism right now. And without being a reporter at a news network, how do you do it? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And hopefully you people will be along the ride with me, and maybe we'll figure it all out. Come up with our own leftist news organization that doesn't kowtow to the powerful and actually does journalism. I don't know. Pie in the sky thinking, perhaps, but I'm something of an optimist, I suppose.
The president has held China accountable for covering up the China virus and allowing it to spread death and economic destruction in America and around the world.
Beijing's actions continue to undermine the rules-based order.
China increasingly is a near-peer competitor, challenging the United States in multiple arenas while pushing to revise global norms in ways that favor the authoritarian Chinese system.
But that's not really anything new. The media narratives around China are expressed differently today than they were a century ago in how they're expressed, but they have the same core elements. They still construct China, and thus the Chinese, as inherently uncivilized, and thus a threat.
I feel like a lot of times when it comes to China and Western reporting, it's very information light, but emotion heavy. It's entirely comprised of conclusions. And I think that goes against journalistic professionalism, because you're supposed to show, not tell.
When I'm talking about how the Chinese are envisioned as uncivilized, what I mean is the unquestioned and exclusive framing of nearly 1.5 billion people as not only repressed, but as unable to exist outside that repression. It's the idea that everything the Chinese government does and everything that happens in China is within the context of authoritarianism, with the government's means and often ends being repression. Take, for example, how coverage of China's handling of the COVID-19 outbreak in early 2020 was consistently referred to as draconian, a response that included the very same lockdowns that became a major strategy in many parts of the world for fighting the virus's spread.
We need to go back to the early coverage of COVID. Part of it is that
our journalists in China tend to be political journalists, and we covered it as a political story. We were really focused on regime type, for example, as a distinguishing factor. And I think that it led a lot of people to conclude that because this is all about China as an authoritarian country, the United States, as anything but authoritarian, would be, immune to this virus.
Or how Chinese tech, which once was thought of as impossible to innovate given the repressive climate, is now discussed primarily in U.S. coverage within the scope of surveillance or questionable privacy practices. Not that the American tech industry knows anything about that. The way repression is presented in the context of China stories, it's made into an inseparable part of China and the experience of being Chinese, which hinges, again, on a complete lack of civilization, which we define by the United States' values. The one-party system is seen as archaic, anti-democratic, and thus anti-liberal. The official state ideology of communism is anti-human nature, and it's anti-Christian, which not only matters to a lot of people in this country, but it matters in a greater context because Christianity is foundational for Euro-American civilization.
We talk about China as needing to join the international community or working with the international community. The assertion there is China, in a sense, just isn't quite as civilized as the rest of us. It hasn't achieved the same standards of civilization as the hallowed members of the international community.
When coverage of China isn't about how repressive it is to its citizens, then it's about how China is constantly working to undermine American influence in the world. And it's this trope of China and the Chinese as a looming threat to all things American that is the primary driver of coverage of China in this country.
I love how that framing, which she's absolutely right about, that we get pushed all the time, completely lacks the question of whether or not America should be attempting to reduce the influence of other countries around the world in an act of world policing. It's completely lacking any critical thought.
And it's a trope almost as old as Chinese immigration to the United States. The first Chinese immigrants came here in the 1850s and quickly became a source of cheap labor. They built the Transcontinental Railroad. They became domestic help, laundry workers, farm workers. Any kind of cheap labor that was needed, you'd find Chinese immigrants at the helm of it in the late 19th century.
And it got to a point where it was decided that there were too many Chinese immigrants in the United States. The proportion of Chinese immigrants in the United States was tiny compared to the overall population. So it was something like 0.02%. But it was decided that this problem was so big that imminent action had to be taken, and that's why the ban came in.
The 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act was one of the earliest pieces of anti-immigration legislation in the United States. The idea that was popularized early on through that ban was that the Chinese pose a great cultural and economic threat due to the sheer size of their population.
A very long-running visual image of the China threat, something that's been sort of reproduced and recycled over time, is this idea that there are sort of limitless Chinese people who can threaten the United States. That we still had this idea that there are overwhelming numbers of Chinese people that one day will just consume somehow the United States. Today, the more sort of subtle way that this is produced throughout the Western media, you get these images of, there'll be a story about the Chinese economy, for example, about how it's growing, but it'll be accompanied by a picture of the Chinese military, and it'll be a photograph of lines of Chinese soldiers all sort of holding their guns in an identical way, sort of on a parade or a march or something like that.
And that construction of limitless...
You know what? with that very intelligent comment which this individual has just said, let's do something for ourselves just to, contextualize things. Okay. Here's the NASDAQ, which is the tech sector of Wall Street. Okay. Wow, it's doing really great. And if you want to talk about bubbles, boy, look at that. Here's 2008. That was the bubble in 2008. Here's the one back in 2000. Here's where we are now. And here is a photo of a man in Palestine screaming amidst body-filled rubble funded for by America. There we go, people. Here's some framing of our own. Enjoy it, bask in it, because this is what all of this productivity is paying for. Genocide. Okay? Just remember that. You know, mull that over. Don't let it consume you, but do let it contextualize things for you.
Chinese people evolves into limitless Chinese economic reach and power, which the heads of this country openly speak out against.
I will not stand by when our competitors don't play by the rules.
Look, we've been losing over many years, $400, $500, $600 billion a year.
China has an overall goal, and I don't criticize them for the goal.
We've brought trade cases against China at nearly twice the rate as the last administration.
They have an overall goal to become the
What an
leading country in the
accomplishment.
world,
Great
the
job,
wealthiest
Obama.
country in the world, and the most powerful country in the world.
We're losing a few years ago 200 routinely to China. We can't do that.
That's not going to happen on my watch, because the United States is going to continue to grow and expand.
If the playing field is level, I promise you, America will always win.
Now, here's something interesting. For a good part of the late 19th and early 20th century, it was the Chinese people who were seen as economic threats, as backwards, and as uncivilized. China itself, according to American opinion and policy,
Being a leftist is so hard when those are the people that you have to defend. Right? Like, those are basically the people I've had options for in terms of voting as an adult. And, you know, as a leftist, it's been incredibly difficult to defend a lot of the stuff that those two guys did or have done so far. And now that I think about it, and I just keep forgetting it because there's just so much going on in my brain with all this stuff that gets jumbled up there. But the like Joe Biden was a part of that this whole time with Obama for 8 years as vice president. Not that vice presidents are all that effective or useful, but usually. But I mean, he's been an integral part of all this for the last, Jesus, well, how long has it been? Like 20 years almost? Not quite. 16.
wasn't.
And I mean, obviously, he was a senator before that for, what was it, 35 years? Some crazy number?
The threat of China only came about after 1949, after Mao Zedong's Chinese Communist Party took power following a long civil war. It led an already anti-communist United States in the midst of the Cold War to become obsessed with China's new identity and system, which put it in the Soviet Union's camp. It's an obsession which was aggressively mixed with the preceding characterizations of the Chinese. Coverage today still relies on declarations of a communist China or red China or rising China, using the same images, colors, and framing that position China in diametric opposition to American values and civilization.
Sorry, guys, I was off by a year, it seems. It looks like, if I'm doing the math correctly, it was 36 years, not 35. Don't want anybody coming back and telling me, oh, it wasn't 35, it was 36, so clip that.
Red China, communist China, totally normal, like when we say corporatist democracy only for some United States, right? And these depictions of China rely at their root on the premise of endless invading Chinese, images which have been ingrained into the American imagination after more than a century of threat construction. These images were reinforced by the fact that U.S. and Chinese forces engaged in a hot war in Korea starting in 1950, when China came to the aid of its socialist allies who were fighting a U.S.-backed regime in the South. At least 250,000 Chinese troops intervened initially and prevented the United States from overrunning what became the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And so whether we're talking about...
Sorry guys, I got distracted. I have to go back about a minute because just putting my thoughts back together in my head. So sorry.
Still relies on declarations of a communist China or red China or rising China, using the same images, colors, and framing that position China in diametric opposition to American values and civilization. Red China, communist China, totally normal, like when we say corporatist democracy only for some United States, right? And these depictions of China rely at their root on the premise of endless invading Chinese, images which have been ingrained into the American imagination after more than a century of threat construction. These images were reinforced by the fact that U.S. and Chinese forces engaged in a hot war in Korea starting in 1950, when China came to the aid of its socialist allies who were fighting a U.S.-backed regime in the South. At least 250,000 Chinese troops intervened initially and prevented the United States from overrunning what became the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And so whether we're talking about Chinese immigrants in the late 1800s or Cold War China in the 50s and 60s, there is a thread of continuity underpinning the narrative of what kind of a threat the Chinese and China posed to the United States. Now, there was a moment of ideological reprieve when, in the 1970s, China was perceived to be opening up to so-called Western and capitalist values. And weirdly enough, that reprieve, if we want to call it that, was rooted in moves by the Richard Nixon administration. Nixon wasn't a fan of the People's Republic of China. Time and time again, he referred to the country as having uncivilized behavior and as the greatest Asian threat to the United States. But he believed that the goal should be to change what the status quo had been for so long. In 1971, seeing an opportunity for the U.S. to isolate the USSR following the Sino-Soviet split, Nixon's national security advisor, Henry Kissinger, traveled to China for secret talks. Shortly after, Nixon became the first American president to visit the People's Republic. He came back exalting the Chinese leadership and the prospect for peaceful relations. During this period, while China was still being painted as a threat in U.S. media, there was a romanticization of Chinese culture and lifestyle and what prospects a rapprochement between the two countries could bring. But this quiet excitement burst in the 80s. After Mao's death in 1976, another revolutionary from within the Communist Party rose to take his place, Deng Xiaoping. Despite being an avowed communist and a revolutionary alongside Mao, he saw that for China to survive, for the quality of life of everyday Chinese to improve, there had to be a move away from Mao's Cultural Revolution and his international vision. And so Deng opened China up to be a part.
Okay. I don't know if we should be watching all of these documentaries in full. It feels wrong. I did not have a lot of time to prepare for the stream today, and I'm just trying to keep us doing fun and good things. I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'll be right back. I'm going to put a little something on for you while I take this break. Shouldn't be too long, but don't want to leave everything completely quiet. Not the music. I got something else we can watch. You're going to watch the 5th hearing, ICJ, on Israel policies in occupied Palestinian territories. Should be enlightening. Turn the music back down. I'll be right back.
Please be seated. The sitting is open. The court meets this afternoon to hear the Russian Federation, France, the Gambia, Guyana, and Hungary on the questions submitted to it by the United Nations General Assembly. As I have had the occasion to note, each delegation is kindly requested to keep to the maximum speaking time of 30 minutes for its presentation. This afternoon, the court will observe a short break after the presentation of the Gambia. I shall now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation, His Excellency Mr. Vladimir Tarabrin. You have the floor, Excellency.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the Court, it's an honor for me to be representing the Russian Federation at these hearings. Seizing this opportunity, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, and all the new judges of the Court upon election to your respective positions. We trust that the Court, in its new composition, will continue making its immeasurable contribution to peaceful resolution of disputes and development of international law. Mr. President, the current proceedings originate in the adoption by the General Assembly of Resolution 77/247 back in December 2022. When adopting the resolution, the General Assembly was gravely concerned by the tension and violence in the recent period throughout the occupied Palestinian territories. The Assembly noted the continuing systematic violation of the human rights of the Palestinian people by Israel, the occupying power, including that arising from the excessive use of force and military operations causing death and injury to Palestinian civilians. The Assembly also spoke of the arbitrary imprisonment and detention of Palestinians, the use of collective punishment, the closure of areas, the confiscation of land, the establishment and expansion of settlements, the destruction of property and infrastructure, the demolition of Palestinian homes, the forced displacement of civilians, and the disastrous humanitarian situation and the critical socio-economic and security situation in the Gaza Strip. As has been stressed by numerous delegations speaking at these hearings, the situation on the ground has since deteriorated in a dramatic fashion. The Gaza Strip, since October 2023, has been an area of intense hostilities. This time, violence has taken an unprecedented and indeed a catastrophic scale. The overall number of victims during the current wave of violence, almost 30,000, has already surpassed the figure from any of the previous Arab-Israeli wars. Images from Gaza are terrifying. Indiscriminate airstrikes are killing civilians, and erasing whole residential districts. More than half of all buildings in the Gaza Strip have been destroyed. Up to 90% of Gazans have been forced to leave their homes and are living in inhuman conditions. Against the backdrop of the tough Israeli blockade, the Gaza Strip is experiencing a genuine humanitarian catastrophe. Its inhabitants are suffering from an acute shortage of food, medication and fuel. Access to sources of clean water has been limited, resulting in a spread of infectious diseases. Over 20% of agricultural lands have been damaged and will never be recultivated. Mr. President, Russia, of all countries, understands the dangers of terrorism. We have faced this evil time and again. Let me use this opportunity to reiterate our heartfelt condolences to the Israelis who lost their loved ones in the attack on the 7th of October. Brutal massacre of innocent people, taking of hostages, and other terrorist violence do not have and cannot have any justification. We have repeatedly condemned such acts. Let me also stress that Russia highly values the stable relations that we enjoy with Israel. We are united by shared history of combating Nazism, as well as by a myriad of present-day human ties. Our cooperation is resilient in the face of geopolitical turbulence, and we are committed to its further development. Having said this, we are convinced that the tragic events of the 7th of October cannot justify the collective punishment of more than 2 million Gazans. We cannot accept the logic of those officials in Israel and some Western countries who try to defend the indiscriminate violence against civilians by referring to Israel's duty to protect its nationals. Violence can only lead to more violence. Hatred brings hatred. This vicious circle must be broken. In Russia's view, security both for Israel and the Palestinians can only be ensured if the root cause of the current crisis is addressed. Outbreaks of violence will inevitably occur again until the Palestinian people, having suffered for decades from injustice, exercises its right to establish an independent state. That state, in accordance with the Security Council and General Assembly resolutions, is to emerge within the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. Only this approach, based on international law, can bring a lasting peace for the region and security for Palestinians and Israelis alike. This is the spirit that we have, that has been guiding Russia in fulfilling its responsibilities as a mediator between Palestine and Israel, notably as a member of the so-called Quartet, alongside the United Nations, the United States, and the European Union. The history of the conflict shows what happens when Security Council resolutions are ignored and influential global actors are incapable of or unwilling to help the parties find consensual solutions. Attempts to put the conflict into a low-intensity mode instead of a comprehensive settlement have time and again provoked eruptions in the occupied territories. The current wave of violence is no exception. It was preceded by a persistent policy of the United States and its allies aimed at freezing the status quo, watering down the political processes, promoting a one-sided vision of a settlement. Among the victims of such short-sighted and irresponsible approach was the quartet of mediators, of mediators whose work has been effectively blocked by the United States. This flawed policy of Washington has predictably led to a failure that has cost thousands of innocent lives. Today, all responsible members of the international community are facing a difficult task of...
I am back. I was obviously listening. Just doing some Galactic Streamlord related duties. I have given this disclaimer multiple days in a row now, but wait a second, was I on this the whole time? I just realized. What was I saying? I've been giving this disclaimer every time that this happens, but Russia has been committing their own war crimes, and therefore while their analysis may be correct, they too should be facing trial for attacking civilian infrastructure and apartments and homes in Ukraine that are clearly not military targets, as well as during the Crimean invasion of 2014-15, they should have been tried for that as well, when they attempted to disguise their troops as being guerrillas, when in fact it was pretty clear that it was Russian military, as well as I believe they also occupied a hospital and other infrastructure there as well. So let's just skip past him, although the things he's saying are correct. There should be other people who aren't culpable in their own war crimes to speak here.
That is, to address the court, and I call on Mr. Diego Corrales to the podium. Sir, you have the floor. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished members of the court, it is a signal honour for me to represent my country before you. Allow me, in introduction, to return, if I may, to the very consequential context of these audiences, of these hearings. 7th October 2023, Israel underwent a terrorist attack of unprecedented scale. France condemned this in the strongest possible terms, the attack perpetrated by Hamas and the other terrorist groups, and expressed its full solidarity with Israel and the victims of said attack. Now, as did the court in its order indicating provisional measures of 26 January 2024, France called for the immediate and unconditional freeing of those hostages kidnapped by Hamas and the other terrorist groups during the attack on Israel in October. France would also like to recall the right of Israel to defend both itself and its population.
Irene, I didn't even see you in chat. I'm so sorry.
To ensure that such attacks as these do not
on break for a
occur
second.
again in the future. But this right has to be exercised in full compliance with international law, and specifically in compliance with international humanitarian law.
Unfortunately, in the wrong spot.
When Israeli bombing and military operations created thousands of civilian victims in Gaza, France asserted this requirement time and again, clearly and steadfastly. The protection of civilians and aid workers is both a moral imperative and an international obligation. Israel must comply with international humanitarian law, which dictates at all times and in all occasions clear principles of distinction, necessity, proportionality, and precaution. Let me add that the compliance with international law, and specifically international humanitarian law for all parties involved, gives the only possible outlook for peace. France took note of the concerns expressed by the court in its order of 26 January as to the fallout of military operations which are taking place in the Gaza Strip. The court's concerns regarding, I quote, the extent of the human tragedy unfolding in the region and the human suffering which we continue to deplore can only be shared by my country. As the French Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs recalled during its intervention the Security Council of the United Nations on 23 January, we must work forthwith towards a ceasefire, a sustainable and durable ceasefire which alone will put an end to the sufferance and the suffering of the civilian population in Gaza. By handing down an advisory opinion in the instant proceedings, the court can make a valuable contribution to the just and durable settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Indeed, an opinion could usefully contribute to the clarification of the framework and legal parameters applicable to this situation. It will then fall to the parties involved, supported of course by the international community, to seek a negotiated solution for lasting peace consistent with international law. In this respect, France repeats its unwavering support for a negotiated two-state solution, coexisting side by side within secure and recognised boundaries based on the lines of 4 June 1967, both having Jerusalem as their capital. Indeed, for France, only a two-state solution will meet both the right of Israelis for security and to the legitimate aspirations of Palestinians for a viable, contiguous and independent state, living in peace and security alongside Israel. To this end, France calls for a decisive and credible restarting of the peace process. The current situation in Israel and Palestine raises a large number of questions of international law, but only some of them are raised by the questions posed by the General Assembly. And in France's opinion, it is vital that the scope of the instant proceedings be precisely delineated. It will thus be the task of the Court to provide the General Assembly with an opinion which, while shedding light on the legal questions posed, goes no further than is necessary to do so. Mr. President, distinguished members of the Court, seen holistically and following the order of questions put to the Court, my statement will deal on the 5 following points. First of all, right to self-determination, occupation, colonisation and annexation, discriminatory laws and measures, the status of Jerusalem and legal consequences. Before diving into these 5 points, I would like to make an initial observation on applicable law. To have a comprehensive view of the legal framework relevant to the request for this opinion, it should be pointed out that Palestine has become a party to a number of multilateral treaties since 2004, which was since your opinion, with a non-exhaustive list that can be found in our written comments. First, self-determination. The right of the Palestinian people to self-determination was recalled by the court in its opinion of 2004. The Security Council has also reiterated this on numerous occasions. The existence of a Palestinian people within the meaning of international law is no longer a matter of debate. As such, like all peoples, they enjoy the right to self-determination. Pursuant to this law, to rehearse the terms of Article 1 shared in both the 1966 covenants, all peoples freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social and cultural development. That's a quotation. Thus, regarding the Palestinian people, this right, first of all, has a political dimension. This dimension, broadly enshrined by various General Assembly resolutions, it is characterized by the right to an independent Palestinian state, and by the right of the Palestinian people to exercise their sovereignty over their territory and to accede to independence in their state. This perspective fits fully within the vision of a region in which two states, Israel and Palestine, live side by side within recognized and secure boundaries. Any solution for peace will necessarily first require security arrangements being concluded between Israelis and Palestinians, providing concrete and efficient guarantees. At the same time, these security guarantees can only exist if in future a real Palestinian state exists able to conclude such arrangements and ensure their compliance. That's to say, a state capable of exercising full sovereignty within its internationally recognised boundaries. In this context, France is of the opinion that any action running counter to the necessity to preserve the unity, continuity and integrity of the entirety of the OPT, including East Jerusalem, is a violation of the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. From this point of view, the continuing occupation, but also the development of settlements and the fragmentation resulting from these settlements, undermines the creation of a viable state of Palestine. The longer the attacks to the integrity of the OPT continue and increase, the further the perspective of such a state recedes. More fundamentally, the continuation of those breaches attributable to Israel threatens the possibility for the Palestinian people to effectively exercise their right to self-determination. To this end, the finding by the report in 2004 remains, but the passage of time is not neutral. It hampers the perspective of the Palestinian people's right to self-determination being realised. Just about 20
Sorry, I zoned out listening to him because this is so comprehensive of an argument, but, like, undoubtedly, the passage of time hampers the ability of Palestinians to be able to survive, let alone thrive, consider their futures, make any sort of life decisions beyond trying to survive. I mean, and every second that ticks is another second that goes by where they're in peril.
Years after the advisory opinion handed down by the court on the legal consequences of the building of a wall in occupied Palestinian territory, the multiplication of measures accompanying it and the development of settlements create an equal number of barriers
I gotta go back.
to the self-determination of the
because after saying that comment, I've now lost my spot. Where are we at right now? Probably need that much. Give me like 30 seconds.
realised. Just about 20 years after the advisory opinion handed down by the court on the legal consequences of the building of a wall in occupied Palestinian territory,
I remember that.
the multiplication of measures accompanying it and the development of settlements create an equal number of barriers to the self-determination of the Palestinian people. Okay, my second point now. Let me come to the question of occupation, colonization and prolonged annexation of the Palestinian territory occupied by Israel since 1967. Now, 2 points here. First, the legal consequences of the prolonged character of Israel's occupation, then the question of whether this extended occupation, together with the question of colonization, implies an ongoing violation. Well, occupation is a de facto objective situation characterized by one state exercising effective control over a given territory. Since the end of the Six-Day War in 1967, Israel can be...
By that definition of occupation, because I don't think I've ever heard it put exactly that way, but I mean, obviously, it's not the the control, right? That aspect of being in complete control of a territory suggests that the narrative that we keep being fed is bullshit, right? There's barely a power dynamic that exists here in terms of an equitable one, right? It's completely one-sided, and the fact that, you know, all these people who want to back Israel just continue to spout out that, you know, it's Hamas's fault, and, you know, we can't help ourselves. This is the only choice, is to massacre an entire ethnicity live on TV and on on YouTube right now.
Considered as the occupying power of West Bank, East Jerusalem and the Gaza Strip within the meaning of Article 42 of Hague Regulations of 1907 relative to laws and customs of war. This de facto situation noted by the court and by the UN Security Council assumes that the international norms of provided for in case of occupation, military occupation, will be applied. These norms establish the rights for the occupying power inter alia to maintain security, not compromise military needs. But above all, they impose positive obligations, of which the principal is the protection of populations subject to occupation. In this respect, the Security Council and the General Assembly have recalled a number of times the obligations of Israel under the Fourth Convention of Geneva relative to the protection of civilian persons in time of war. That's 12 August 1949. These international norms apply independently of the lawfulness which enabled the state to exercise its effective control over the occupied territory. They apply whatever the length of occupation, even though essentially occupation should be considered as being temporary. The obligations of protection apply to rehearse the terms of Article 6 of the Fourth Geneva Convention during the duration of the occupation. With the occupation of Palestinian territories lasting since 1967, the prolonged character seems difficult to justify by the necessity of war within the meaning of Article 23G of the Hague Regulations of 1907. Indeed, circumstances justifying occupation during the period following immediately military operations, may not be invoked several decades after these operations have ceased. That's what the Security Council and General Assembly to ask the Israeli armed forces to withdraw from these territories a number of times in numerous resolutions. In France's opinion, the indefinitely prolonged character of an occupation is contrary to the fact that this should be, by very nature, provisional. Occupation is a de facto question which gives rise to a specific legal regime. The fact that it is prolonged in itself doesn't mean that it's wrongful. But the danger here would be a finding of wrongfulness which would lead to this regime no longer applying. That itself would lead to a result which is manifestly absurd and unreasonable, where civilian populations would be deprived from the protection offered by the regime, a protection that's all the more necessary the longer the occupation continues. Uncertainty on the applicable...
I would point out that this guy is both-siding a little bit. I do believe that he is the representative of France, but the fact that the representative of France is being so adamant still in calling out some of now, I think is another one of the reasons why this development, which we uncovered on stream today, of the U.S. envoy going into attempt negotiations, I think that's, I mean, a lot of this stuff has got to be playing into that.
Legal framework is all the more prejudicial in the current context of Israeli military operations in the Gaza Strip, territory over which Israel now exercises reinforced control. In this territory today, the affected civilian population must absolutely...
Occupied Palestinian territories, colonization of occupied territories contrary to Geneva Conventions. Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention provides, and I quote, occupying power cannot deport or transfer part of its own civilian population in the territory that it occupies, end of quote. The Security Council on several occasions condemned this situation. In its opinion, 2004, the court also concluded that, I quote, the Israeli settlements in occupied Palestinian territories in East Jerusalem were established in breach of international law, end of quote. This state of unlawful...
It totally threw me off when they changed translators just now. I thought they changed speakers.
remains all the more grounded that since 2004, Israel's continued accelerated its policy establishing or extending settlements in occupied Palestinian territories. On this question, France reiterates its firm condemnation of the particularly in the current context. This policy includes eviction of Palestinian families and destruction of properties. Must see war in Gaza in no way constitutes a pretext to continue to impose on the ground unilateral measures that undermine the prospects for a two-state solution, the only one that can guarantee a just and lasting peace. In a joint statement, 15 December 2022, France reiterated its position pertaining to the settlement policy illegal under international law. Recalled Israel the obligations incumbent upon it under international law, particular Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention. France also firmly condemned violence committed by extremist settlers who terrorize Palestinian communities, end of quote.
Sur ce dernier point.
On this latter point, France has taken measures on a national basis against certain violent Israeli settlers and stated that it supported the adoption at European level of sanctions against them. Furthermore, it needs to be recalled that the status of an occupying power confers absolutely no legal title justifying an annexation. In this regard, the fact that occupation is particularly prolonged can in no case legitimize the annexation claims. Quite the contrary, one of the cardinal principles of international law is that prohibiting this form of annexation, as this emerged from Resolution 2625, no territorial acquisition obtained through the threat or use of force shall be recognized as legal, end of quote. In this context, an annexation of a territory that would seek to be based on the extended nature of occupation can only be considered as null and void under international law. Thirdly, the question posed by the General Assembly also relates to the legal consequences of discriminatory laws and measures adopted by Israel. In France's view, this question refers to the laws and measures applied to occupied Palestinian territories, but in contradiction with the international regime provided for occupied territories. The laws and measures that present a discriminatory nature contravene not only the provisions cited of the Conventions of The Hague and Geneva, but also international texts in terms of human rights that bind Israel applicable to occupied Palestinian territory. France notes that international humanitarian law doesn't necessarily exclude that a differentiated status may apply to the population of an occupied territory. Status cannot, however, justify the adoption of laws and measures that would be discriminatory. As the court set out in its 2004 opinion, protection offered by HR conventions do not cease in the case of armed conflict. The right of occupation must therefore be implemented taking into account applicable human rights law. The occupying power is in particular required to exercise rights and duties by taking into account the obligation of non-discrimination, which stems notably from Article 2 of the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. The question posed to the court also relates to the measures aimed at amending the composition of the demographic composition of the territory. France's view is that international law clearly prohibits the implementation by the occupying power of measures that would modify the demographic composition of the considered territory. In this regard, France reiterates its condemnation of pronouncements promoting the installation of settlements in Gaza and the transfer of the Palestinian population of Gaza outside this territory. France recalls that the court set out the obligation for Israel to take all measures in its power to prevent and punish such statements, like in the West Bank or elsewhere. Such a modification of the demographic composition of the Gaza Strip would indeed constitute a serious violation of international law, both conventional and customary. Fourthly, Mr. President, members of the court, I now come to the question of the status of Jerusalem. Through many of its resolutions, notably Resolution 478 of 1980, the Security Council affirmed the internationally wrongful nature of measures taken by Israel to amend the status of Jerusalem, including the basic law of 30th of July 1980 that proclaims Jerusalem as one and indivisible as capital of Israel. Resolution 478 of 1980 recalls the adoption of this basic law does not challenge the application of the Fourth Geneva Convention. There is therefore no doubt that the unilateral status imposed by Israel and Jerusalem is null and void under international law. Furthermore, the protective measures set out in the Fourth Geneva Convention must apply to Jerusalem as in the remaining occupied Palestinian territories. Thus, the expropriation of Palestinian land in East Jerusalem, but also the status which applies to Palestinian in East Jerusalem, constitute a breach of the obligation of the occupying power to take such protective measures. In effect, it's not just the military measures that contravene Israel's obligations as an occupying power, but also the measures of Israeli civilian law applied to Palestinians in East Jerusalem. Israel, under international law, is more broadly required not to adopt legislative or other measures aimed at modifying the status of Jerusalem. As recalled in the Presidential Declaration of the Security Council of 20th of February 23, France considers it necessary to maintain unchanged the historical status quo on holy places in Jerusalem. Fifthly and finally, the request for an advisory opinion of General Assembly covers the legal consequences arising from the violations of international that might be noted by the court. In this regard, it's useful to recall that in its 2004 opinion, the court responded by distinguishing the legal consequences from Israel and those for the other states, and where appropriate for the United Nations organization itself, the same will apply for these oral observations. As regards Israel, the first legal consequence is the obligation of cessation of what is wrongful under Article 30 of Articles 2001 of the ILC on the state responsibility for international wrongful acts. The state responsible for a wrongful act is under obligation to put an end to it if that act continues. An examination of the situation in occupied Palestinian territory reveals continuous violations of international law to which Israel must put an end. These violations relate, as we've seen, to the people's right to self-determination, on international humanitarian law and international human rights law applicable to the situation in occupied Palestinian territories. Are notably concerned the transfer of Israeli population as part of the illegal settlement policy conducted by Israel and the discriminatory or restrictive measures of certain rights and freedoms of the Palestinian population in the occupied territories. This obligation must be called with even greater force that in the context of the current tensions, the settlement policy is doubled with an increase of violence committed against Palestinians in the West Bank. The obligation of cessation has both legal as well as material consequences. As part of the current proceeding, the cessation obligation requires that policies and practices that violate international law must end. Also implies the rescinding of domestic legal acts on which they're based, as well as positive action to uphold international law. The second legal consequence stemming from a violation of international law is reparation. As part of the current request for an advisory opinion, France considers this reparation obligation extends to all damage caused to the Palestinian population resulting from Israel's policies and practices that don't comply with international law. As a general rule, the reparation obligation must, as far as possible, take the form of restitution, and failing that, compensation if restitution no longer possible. As regards violations of the Palestinian people as a whole, collective or symbolic forms of reparation should be considered. Lastly, in respect of satisfaction, Israel would be required to conduct investigations and prosecute, where appropriate, persons responsible for serious violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law committed in the occupied Palestinian territories. As regards the other states, the court had already noted in its 2004 opinion the erga omnes nature of international obligations breached by Israel during the construction of the wall in occupied Palestinian territories. As part of this request for an advisory opinion, the same situation applies regarding the infringement of people's rights to self-determination regarding from the prolonged occupation by Israel of Palestinian territory, as well as policies and practices implemented in occupied Palestinian territories. There results for all states an obligation of non-recognition of a situation that is a grave breach of international law. No form of annexation, including partial, can be recognized under international law. In this regard, in the occupied Palestinian territories, as everywhere else, France will never recognize the illegal annexation of territories. Upholding the international status of occupied Palestinian territories also carries with it effects from the economic standpoint. We'll recall in this regard that in Resolution 2334 of 2016, the UNSC requested all states to distinguish in their dealings in this regard between the territory of the State of Israel and occupied territories since 1967. This leads, in the case of EU law, the inclusion of international law in the opinion of the court in 2004 in order to distinguish products depending on their origin. As regards the United Nations organization, it could, as was the case, set out where appropriate the follow-up to be given to the opinion of the court regarding the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and the risks of undermining the international status of occupied Palestinian state, notably guarantees offered by the status to the Palestinian population. Lastly, it must be recalled the court had requested in 2004 the United Nations as a whole to redouble its efforts to rapidly bring an end to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict to establish a just and lasting peace in the region. This request to embark on peace negotiations between the parties, supported by the international community, remains more than ever relevant. France is ready to provide its support, all efforts undertaken in this regard. Mr. President, members of the court, I thank you for your attention.
Je remercie la délégation de la France pour son exposé.
I'd like to thank France's delegation for its presentation.
The Gambia to make its oral statement before the court. I thus call upon His Excellency Mr. Dawda Jallow to take the floor.
Mr. President, honorable members of the court, it is an honor for me to appear before you to present the Republic of the Gambia.
I guess I was wrong about who was speaking previously. I must have missed who the delegate was, because I believe he just said that this is the delegate from France.
In these essential advisory opinion proceedings. As was the case with the Gambia's written statement, my oral submission today focuses on the second question presented to the court regarding the legal status of the occupation.
Listening to something. No, I was wrong. This is Gambia.
In this regard, between the territory and the state of its efforts to rapidly bring an end to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, to establish a just and lasting
and the legal consequences that arise therefrom. The preamble of the UN Charter reminds us the fundamental goals of our international system. Mr. President, honorable members of the court, it is an honor for me to appear before you to present the Republic of the Gambia in these essential advisory opinion proceedings.
Okay, yep.
As was the case with the Gambia's written statement, my oral submission today focuses on the second question presented to the court regarding the legal status of the occupation and the legal consequences that arise therefrom. The preamble of the UN Charter reminds us the fundamental goals of our international system: to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights and the dignity and worth of human persons, in the equal rights of men and women, and of nations large and small, to establish conditions under which justice and respect for the obligations arising from treaties and other sources of international law can be maintained, and to promote social progress, better standards of life, in large freedom. Mr. President, members of the court, notwithstanding the great resources invested by the international community at large, none of these goals have been achieved for the Palestinian people. None of them. And none of these goals can be achieved for the Palestinian people until Israel's illegal occupation of the Palestinian territories is brought to an end.
Hear, hear.
My remarks today will focus on 3 points. First, I will discuss the fact that a belligerent occupation can be illegal per se under certain circumstances. Second, I will set forth 3 reasons why Israel's prolonged occupation of the Palestinian territories is illegal, a view shared by a substantial majority of the states participating in these proceedings. Third, I will conclude by emphasizing the essential role of this court in declaring that Israel's occupation is illegal and must be brought to an end immediately.
Please.
As the court knows quite well, the international system is based on certain fundamental principles of law, which includes peremptory norms of international law or jus caudium norms. Adherence to these norms is not subject to derogation, and compliance with them is owed erga omnes to the international community as a whole. Some of the recognized jus caudium norms include prohibition of aggression, prohibition of genocide, the prohibition of apartheid, and the right to self-determination. If a particular action of a state violates one or more jus caudium norms, that action is illegal under international law. Any state may invoke the responsibility of that state for such a violation and seek an immediate end to it. This is fundamentally the situation regarding Israel's occupation in the Palestinian territories. The international community, collectively over many years, has found Israel's occupation of the Palestinian territories to be illegal, among other reasons on account of its violations of multiple jus caudium norms. And collectively, we have invoked Israel's responsibility in that regard to end the occupation. Mr. President, at least one state in the course of these proceedings has suggested that an occupation under international law cannot be illegal under any circumstances. This argument posits that an occupation exists, therefore it's legal. The proposition is unfounded in international law and fails for several reasons. First, this argument confuses jus in bello and completely ignores the jus ad bellum. As the court is well aware, international humanitarian law and the jus in bello is the body of law that governs the ways which warfare can be conducted. It includes within it the law of occupation, a body of rules regulating the conduct of occupying power. It is indeed true that the obligations under jus in bello, as they relate to an occupation, persist throughout the pendency of the occupation. But separate from jus in bello is the jus ad bellum, or the conditions under which state may resort to armed force. It is the jus ad bellum that addresses the legality of use of force, including an occupation, which is maintained by ongoing use of force. Article 2.4 of the UN Charter prohibits the threat or use of force in any manner inconsistent with the purpose of the United Nations. The only exceptions to this prohibition are the very narrow circumstances of the force authorized by the UN Security Council or self-defense under Article 15 of the Charter. Any use of force outside of these narrow exceptions, that is, any annexation or occupation of territory arising from an act of aggression or otherwise unlawful use of force, is illegal.
And that's why we don't listen to Russia when they talk about this, because they very recently annexed territory in violation of international law. Good God. What kind of crazy world are we living in? Alright, we're gonna wait. We're gonna listen to the rest of the speaker from Gambia, and then I'm probably gonna end the stream.
Any use of force that is unnecessary, disproportionate to the threat against which it is exercised is also illegal under jus ad bellum. Second, the proposition that an occupation exists, therefore it is legal, also ignores the existence and implications of jus cogent norms going beyond the jus ad bellum. If an occupation inherently violates one or more jus cogent norms, then it is illegal as a whole, and the occupying power's responsibility for that violation can be invoked in order to bring the violation to an end. The occupying power's ongoing obligation under international humanitarian law do not and cannot preclude the wrongfulness of jus cogent violations inherent in the occupation itself. For example, the argument that occupations are inherently legal, if adopted, would directly conflict with and undermine the prohibition on the annexation of territory. Any state that wanted to de facto annex a territory could do so by indefinitely occupying that territory, but not formally incorporating it within its borders. It is the same with the jus cogent norms of the rights of self-determination. Simply put, flagrant violations of international law cannot be brushed aside by the fig leaf of occupation. Finally, the thesis that an occupation exists, therefore it is legal, also ignores the fact that the court has determined occupations to be unlawful in the past. As discussed in the Gambia's written statement, this was the case regarding South Africa's occupation of Namibia without title, and regarding Uganda's occupation of the Congolese province of Ituri. The UN Security Council and the General Assembly have characterized occupation resulting from unlawful uses of force to be illegal as well. In sum, a belligerent occupation can be illegal per se if it violates the jus ad bellum and other jus cogent norms. Mr. President, members of the court, the Gambia will highlight 3 reasons why Israel's prolonged occupation of the Palestinian territories is illegal. All 3 of these reasons, the right of self-determination, the prohibition on apartheid, and the jus ad bellum, reflect obligations rooted in jus cogent norms. This conclusion of illegality is shared by a substantial majority of the participants in these proceedings, many for the same reasons as the Gambia. First, Israel's occupation violates the right to Palestinian people to self-determination and is therefore illegal. Their government's right of self-determination is one of the essential principles of contemporary international law and jus cogens norm enshrined in the UN Charter. The court has before its extensive and uncontested fact-finding, the court has before it extensive and uncontested fact-finding multiple UN mandate holders, including the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Occupied Palestinian Territory and the many reports of the Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Palestinian territories occupied since 1967. These reports have been produced by independent UN mandate holders who engage in extensive fact-finding utilizing multiple sources of evidence. The court should accept these reports as conclusive and convincing evidence of Israel's long-standing, ongoing, and indefinite infringement on the right of self-determination for the Palestinian people. Indeed, there is no end in sight to Israel's occupation. Already extending over 56 years, Israel's current leadership boasts with pride its long-standing efforts to prevent the creation of an independent Palestinian state. As reported by the UN Special Rapporteur, Israel's occupation violates Palestinians' ability to organize themselves as a people, free from alien domination and control. No derogation is permitted from respecting the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. There is no escaping the conclusion that Israel's occupation is illegal for violating the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and that it must expeditiously be brought to an end. Second, Israel's ongoing occupation of the Palestinian territories is also illegal because it amounts to a regime of apartheid, the prohibition of which is a peremptory norm of international law. This court has described apartheid as flagrant violation of purposes and principles of the Charter. Once again, the court has before it extensive, credible, and independent fact-finding demonstrating conclusively that Israel has imposed an apartheid reality in the Palestinian territories. This is clear in the reporting of the UN Special Rapporteur, who concluded that Israel has imposed upon Palestine an apartheid reality in a post-apartheid world. This is also reflected in the findings of the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Senior international leaders like Ban Ki-moon, Desmond Tutu, and former Israeli officials, including former Attorney General, former Director of Israel's Intelligence Service, Shin Bet, and former Ambassador of Israel to South Africa, have also concluded that Israel's occupation constitutes a regime of apartheid. The most credible non-government human rights organizations that report on the situation in the occupied Palestinian territory have also concluded that the occupation is, in fact, and in law, apartheid regime. A sober review of the uncontroverted evidence convincingly shows that the occupation is a regime of apartheid. As such, Israel's occupation of the Palestinian territories is illegal and must urgently be brought to an end. Third, Israel's 56-year occupation of Palestinian territories violates the laws on the use of force, jus ad bellum, and is illegal for that reason as well. As discussed earlier, the prohibition on the threat and use of force as a jus cogens norm, even then resort to force is justified by self-defense in response to an armed attack. The particular force used may still be illegal if it is unnecessary or disproportionate to the threat against which it is exercised. Israel launched the June 1967 war that led to its occupation of the Palestinian territory. After its surprise attack initiating the war, Israel occupied all remaining Palestinian territory in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, the Gaza Strip, as well as Syria, Golan Heights, and Egypt in Sinai Peninsula, effectively tripling the size of the territory under its control. Since this use of force was not taken in response to an armed attack and was not necessary or proportionate even if it had been, the occupation was flagrant violation of the laws of the use of force from the onset. Furthermore, even if the occupation of the Palestinian territories were lawful at one time, its continuation for more than 5 decades means that it could not possibly still be lawful today. First, the use of force in self-defense is only justified within the strict confines laid down in Article 51 of the Charter and does not allow the use of force by a state to protect perceived security interests beyond those parameters. As such, essentially, preventive use of force are beyond the scope of Article 51. Second, as clarified in the Wall Advisory Opinion, Secondly, as clarified in the Wall Advisory Opinion, Article 51 does not apply to situations involving conduct taken in response to purported threats emanating from the within occupied territory. Israel therefore cannot justify its occupation as a response to illegal threats emanating from within the occupied Palestinian territory itself. Israel's ongoing occupation of the Palestinian territories also violates the jus ad bellum because its maintenance is unnecessary and disproportionate. It is simply not possible that it has been necessary for Israel to maintain its occupation since 1967 for over 56 years. Moreover, Israel also cannot possibly justify its settlements upon an annexation of occupied territory as a necessary response to any perceived threat, not to mention the myriad of rights violations that are intrinsic to the occupation. By settling and annexing occupied territory, Israel has acted unnecessarily in using force. Israel's prolonged occupation is also wholly disproportionate to any legitimate aim. Israel's occupation of the entirety of the Palestinian territories, long after the period in which they presumed armed attack could reasonably be contemplated, makes it even more disproportionate now. And the manner in which the occupation has been conducted, including the establishment of an apartheid regime, renders the occupation disproportionate as well. In sum, Israel's decades-long occupation violates the jus ad bellum and is therefore illegal. Mr. President, members of the court, in the almost 20 years since the Wall Advisory Opinion, Israel has only deepened the occupation. Israel has annexed more territory and expanded its illegal settlements. It has further fragmented the Palestinian territory. In Gaza, Israel has decimated the territory and the Palestinian population there. In the territories overall, Israel has entrenched an apartheid regime. The Palestinian people continue to be deprived of their right to self-determination indefinitely. And all the while, there is no justification under international law for Israel's continued use of force to maintain the occupation, if there ever was one to begin with. Mr. President, members of the court, I remind us of the fundamental goals of the United Nations that I recited at the beginning of my remarks. If we are to ever achieve any of those goals in regard to the Palestinian people, then this court must play its role in robustly answering the question posed by the General Assembly. As to the second question posed, the Gambia submits that the court should find Israel's occupation of the Palestinian territories is illegal per se for all of the reasons discussed. And the Gambia further submits that the court should find that Israel, all other states, and the United Nations are under an obligation to bring about an end to Israel's occupation immediately or at least as rapidly as possible. Thank you, Mr. President, members of the court, for your kind attention.
I thank the delegation of the Gambia for its...
All right, I hope everybody enjoyed the stream. I've been going for about 7 hours here, so I am going to wrap it up. Great stream, great stream. Let me just get the closing music going here. Gotta try and get some semblance of a system. Well, I hope you are having either a fantastic night and or day. I will be back again, well, technically today, as it's currently 4:30 a.m. above the eastern coast of the United States. Till next time, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation.